Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Good morning, couch potato friends. Good morning. Happy Friday. Oh my gosh, it's Friday. I'm so happy. How many of you had a hard time waking up this morning? Me. I was like, I just want to stay in bed. Maybe I'll just make this later and then we can just zoom through it. And I was like, no, Llama, you can't do that. You can't do that. Hopefully today will be an exciting day. I think we'll be getting into evidence found at Keith's house, maybe. So let me just adjust my stuff here. I got this pulled up. I need stuff. Other stuff. What stuff? I don't know, but I need stuff apparently. Good morning on top. Hey, how are you? Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well, but I'll tell you what, I am so tired. I'm so tired. Oh boy, but that's okay. That and gearing up for this storm that's supposed to be coming. They're now saying like a foot of snow where I am. So that's great. That's great. We went from nothing at the beginning of the week to like, by the way, you're probably going to be getting a foot of snow. Oh, okay. So there's a lot of prepping for that. I mean, it's better than the ice that many other people get. So I'm thankful for that. But still, like, can't go anywhere for several days. Good morning, IG. Happy to see you again. I have court pulled up, but they are not in yet, which is, I guess, good. So, good morning. Yes, waiting in a big blizzard preparing right now. We're expecting 35 to 52 inches. Where are you from again? I don't remember. I'm sorry. That's rude of me to not remember, but I don't. That's crazy. Okay, I will no longer complain. No longer complaining. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Hope you're well. I am, I guess. Elbow Feet was like, I got plans, this weekend. He was like, I'm going to go to some stores and stuff. And I was like, no, you're not. What do you mean? No, you're not. And he was like, I was like, we're going to be getting like a foot of snow, babe. You're not going anywhere. It's like, oh. So then he gets on our city subreddit, right? And they're all talking about how much snow we're going to get. And he was like, babe, I don't think I'm going to be able to go anywhere. I was like, yeah. Why do you need Reddit to tell you that? I told you that. Oh. Jeez Louise. Okay. Goodness gracious. Our forecast has changed, thank goodness. Seems the worst is going to be north of us. Kentucky's going to get, you guys not getting the ice? I mean, somebody's getting ice. As long as the ice is becoming in a smaller area, that's good news. People may not know that, but that's good news because for it to be ice over all those states for days and thankful for that. Oh, you're in Virginia and South Carolina, but currently in Virginia Northern. Oh yes, Virginia is. Oof, they're gonna have a rough go at it, according to what I saw last night. But who knows? It could change by this afternoon. But yeah, speaking of, I'm sure they'll give us an update. Excuse me, the judge will, about what they're going to do next week. I would not expect us to have court Monday or probably Tuesday. So make sure that you are subscribed to our channel because I will post in our community tab whether or not there is court, or because there's so many locals in our chat and watching. We do have a community tab on our YouTube page where you guys can leave messages. So locals, if you're like, before I do, hey, Llama, courthouse is closed. Go ahead and put it on there. Or put whatever you want. You can have pictures. All right. If you all get like a foot of snow, put pictures on our YouTube channel. I love seeing those. I'll tell you, last year when Louisiana and Texas got that blizzard, they don't get snow there. So they were building snowman. And I'll tell you what, they know how to decorate the snowmen. I was very impressed with their creativity. Their Mardi Gras snowmen is pretty awesome. So send me pictures of your snowmen if you get it. you're going to get snow and rain, but of course, when it freezes at night, it will freeze. Yeah, it's going to be so cold. It's going to be in the single digit lows. Yeah, well, Amos, she's up north. It's like already in the negatives up there. Ooh, no, thank you. No, thank you. So just remember, your whole goal during the storm is to stay warm, okay? Stay warm. If you lose power, go into one room of your house, shut the door, try to keep your body heat in one place. Lots of blankets. If you use alternative heating, please crack a window. Carbon monoxide is very real. And you won't know it's coming. So please do all of those things. Getting things or stuff. Okay. Sorry. So tonight, guys, is our TMI episode, Too Much Internet, which is always a fun time, except we're doing it a little bit different today because Llama's went down a rabbit hole the last 2 nights, which is why she is tired. She can't put the Reddit down. And so we're actually going to be doing a public episode tonight. Most of it's going to be about my subreddit I found that was, and the topic of that is Britney Spears. Okay, I'm not one that's really into like celebrity gossip or things like that, but we need to talk about Britney. Okay, it's not good. It's not good for Britney. So we're going to talk about her later tonight, so we can all be on the same page. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do about her? Because oh boy, it's not great. And we'll still have some of our funny segments that we like to do as well to even out, because we're definitely going to want to laugh instead of cry. So we'll be doing that for everyone tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, which I will be working on throughout the day as well while we're doing court. Somehow, Llama's going to do all this multitasking. But you have that looking forward to. Girl, I don't think anybody's prepared. Okay, I don't think anybody's prepared for what Britney's been up to. You got to get more water. Yes, cut wood. Get more soup today and tomorrow. Gas for generator. But I'm here. Well, look at you. That is a great way to be prepared. Remember, you can also fill your bathtub. Clean your bathtub first, but you can fill that with water as well. So I can fix her. Probably not. Savage. I don't know, buddy. I mean, I'm sure you are a lovely gentleman, but she is. I don't know if anybody can fix Britney, to be honest with you. So good luck. Good luck is all I have to say about that. So we'll be talking about her a lot tonight. And then tomorrow at noon Eastern for my besties and higher or YouTube members, I'll be doing another episode of Llama Learns About. So I know we're learning about the Solar Temple cult and some other things that I can't remember off the top of my head. Where is court today? I mean, I have it going, right? Yes. Let me check Court TV and make sure it's just not Asbury Park being freaking weird. So I'll be doing that at noon. Now, what are we going to do if we don't have court? Well, I'm going to tell you what. Llama is probably going to take a break, a much needed one, so she could sleep in. But I might pop in. We might do something for everybody since they're all, snowed in. What that means, I don't know. But I'm going to be snowed in too. So I may not have power, but we should. But we'll definitely try to check in with one another. What was he doing? Oh, yeah, Court TV. I mean, who knows? They could be out all week. I mean, last I heard yesterday, New York, they were talking about having like 18 inches of snow. So, I don't know. Let me see. Court TV write anything? Any updates? No. Okay. Well, it hasn't started there either. So, yes, you could always fill up your bathtub just for water purposes. I mean, because remember too, you're probably not going to be able to flush your toilet. okay, if you lose power. And that's why you can fill up the bathtub. Not to go to the bathroom in the bathtub. That is not what I'm saying. Okay. But if you like really, really need to go, you can take a bucket of water from the bathtub and dump it into the reservoir. And then you should be able to flush some stuff away. Please don't go to the bathroom in your bathtub though. Use that water. Don't do that. But it can come in handy when you don't have that. So yeah, she is batshit crazy. Yep. Sure is. Lady and Grace says, I'm going to make ice tonight and put it in Ziploc bags. We'll put it in my washing machine if needed, or just put my food outside in my car. Yeah, that's true. Ice will melt, I guess. Right? Is that what we're talking about? Having drinking water? I don't know. But you can also do that. I didn't know about the washing machine thing. Didn't know about that. Another thing you can do, though it's not the safest. I know people are going to tell me that, but if you've never been this cold before, you'll do whatever you can to stay warm. But you can also, if you don't have good heating in your house and it's really, really cold, you can also always turn your oven on and leave it open for a little while to get heat to your body. Because really the biggest thing with winter storms is staying warm, because you can literally die. All right. I don't care who anybody is. You're not that tough. The cold kills. It does it every year for lots of people. So please do everything you can to stay warm. Keep socks on you don't have mittens because, you don't get cold weather. Put thick socks, multi-layer socks on your hands. Frostbite's real. So, and Llama knows. No, I've just been a broke bitch in the wintertime before. So there's all sorts of how to stay warm for poor people tricks when I was younger. So that's your goal. That's everybody's goal this weekend. That's your homework. Stay warm and stay safe. Good morning, Liz. Good morning. I hope you're well. Also, if you guys don't know who Ryan Hall is or Max Velocity, I'm a huge weather nerd, and they're both on YouTube. They're great. I know that both of them will be live like most of the weekend. Like they're going to be live the whole time. So if you do have power, please pay attention to Ryan Hall, your local news, of course, but also Ryan Hall and Max Velocity on YouTube will be alive the whole time. So I'll probably be watching some of that. Though I'll tell you what, watching snowstorms is not as exciting as watching thunderstorms, where things happen quickly. Snowstorms, it is a slow build. You're like, oh, okay. I don't see any difference. It's been 2 hours and I barely see any results. And it's like, that's there you go. Oh my goodness. Also, if you haven't, you should order one of these cute little things. Look at them. Look, True Crime Valentine coffee mugs in our store. If you order this week, they will arrive before Valentine's Day. Oh, that reminds me, I was going to wear that shirt. Well, I'm already dressed for today. But you can get all those at tcwtmedia.com. What are we doing with court today? Sorry, guys. I'm a little feeling a little rough today. That's not what I wanted. Oh, my goodness. Get it together, Llama. Last time they did this last Friday, they canceled court, which I will not be upset about. Maybe the judge has been watching. He's like, you know what? That Llama, she's tired. She's tired. She's got some stuff to do. Maybe we shouldn't have court today. I'm just kidding. Last night, I did record day 5 of Brendan Banfield. I think it's out. Probably would be helpful if I looked at things, huh? Oh, it is not out yet. Never mind. It'll be out today. Day 5 of the Brendan Banfield trial will be out today. I did record it last night. And then I'll be recording them. I'll record yesterday's today and then today's tomorrow because they do have court today. So I'll be doing that. Llama needs a nap. Okay. No, you know what sucks though is that even if we didn't have court, I can't go back to sleep. I'm one of those people that once I'm up, I'm up. Oh, awful. Awful. Bless. So you have that to watch. If you become a recent member, lots of member stuff. And then tonight, we'll be talking about Brittany. I know the trial for Aaron Spencer was supposed to start next week. If you're not familiar with that trial, what in the F? It's a self-defense trial. Very interesting. It's not going to be televised. They have a whole like Delphi, Indiana thing going on in Arkansas. No good. And it's supposed to start Monday, but it looks like Arkansas is not going to be having a good time this week, so that's probably not going to happen. But that one's not going to be televised anyway. The judge isn't letting in any electronics because it's not very good. If you're not familiar, so Aaron Spencer, this guy in Arkansas, had I say she was a 13-year-old daughter who was being sexually abused by some 60-year-old fuckface. Okay. And so the Spencer parents found out about it in June last year, maybe year before. I have my notes somewhere. Anyway, so they find out what's been happening to their daughter. The dad, Aaron, calls this woman who also knows the fuckface, trying to get his information. Well, she ends up telling somebody about this, and the mandated reporter called the police. And the parents at first were a little upset. The police then go right to the Spencer's house. And Aaron is being a little dodgy with the police. I mean, the family hadn't called the police yet, so they weren't really at the place to legally like want to deal with it, right? You just found out something fucking horrible happened to your daughter. You kind of want to do things on your terms, And so the police show up and they're a little dodgy, but then, they start working with the police. And so they go and arrest that fuckface, and he's let out less than a month later with, I think his bail was like $50,000 or something like that. And, a stay away order, because that fucking works, right? So, fuckface gets out of jail, and guess who he doesn't leave alone? The daughter. Okay. So one night, the parents realize that she's not in her room at like 1 a.m. Their daughter's missing. So Aaron goes looking. All right. He ends up finding the guy in a truck with his daughter in there, chases him down the road, gets him out, and then shoots him. And his case is whether or not he was legally justified to do that. And the judge that let that fuckface out on bail, judge in his case. Wonder why she doesn't want cameras in there. So it's a very interesting trial, interesting subject matter. Did he have a right in protecting his daughter? I mean, honestly, I think so. This guy was going to go to jail for the rest of his fucking life. There's a good chance you had reasonable belief that he was going to kill your daughter. But anyway, we might cover that like on True Crime and Wine Time or something, or maybe an After Dark special, because it's only supposed to be a 5-day trial, but very interesting. Good morning, Pam. Good morning to you. Stringer Bell, good morning. Hope you're doing well. I do hear voices, but Judge is not in at the moment. So, good morning, Tracy. Good morning. Court.
Okay, good morning. Please be seated.
Good morning.
I brought the binder out. I think it looked like I was doing something back there. Were you guys impressed a little bit? Just a little bit. All right. So, All right, we're back on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number 19-020283. Can we have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mascon on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro is present.
Good morning, Judge. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, prosecutor, you ready to call your next witness?
Judge, the state calls Detective Brian Miglorisi.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Detective Ryan, I heard that part.
Morning, sir. Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, once you get comfortable and seated, could you state your full name for the record, spell your last name, please?
Certainly. My name is Brian Miglorisi. It's Migliorisi.
Okay. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
I would have not gotten that right on the spelling bee.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And how long have you been with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Just about 10 years.
What is your current assignment there?
I'm currently assigned to the High Tech Crimes Bureau. And also I'm assigned to the FBI New Jersey Regional Computer Forensics Lab.
Oh, really?
So can you just break that down for us and tell us what your role is in each of those two different capacities?
Sure. The High Tech Crimes Bureau is our new computer crimes unit. And I'm pretty much, since I'm tasked out to the FBI, my sole responsibility is at the lab, which is the Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. So I'm a FBI task force officer to the lab.
Prior to those units, what other units did you work in the prosecutor's office?
The Major Crimes Bureau.
And when was that?
That was between 2021 to 2025.
So was the majority of your time with the prosecutor's office spent in the high-tech crimes bureau?
Yes.
It used to be called computer crimes?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, prior law enforcement experience do you have?
I was a police officer in the Asbury Park Police Department, where I worked patrol division as well as street crimes unit.
How long did you do that for?
Just about 10 years.
And did you have any other assignments over those years?
My total career, about 11 years, I worked as a task force officer with the U.S. Marshals New York, New Jersey Regional Fugitive Task Force.
What, if any, relevant trainings did you undergo or certifications to be a detective in the high-tech crimes bureau?
So I attended a few classes and certification courses. The first one was Celebrate. That's like a week-long course where you do a hands-on as well as a practical exam to get the certification. There was another class called In-Case Forensics, which had the same kind of breakdown. It was about a week long, where you obtain a certificate after you do a practical exam. There was Magnet Axiom course as well, same kind of style, so about a week long, practical as well as certification course. I also went to IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, where I received a certification in the mobile device forensics.
As part of your responsibilities in the high-tech crimes bureau, did you ever conduct forensic digital extractions on electronic devices?
Yes, we did.
And what kinds of electronic devices would those be?
Any kind of digital media. It could be cell phones, computers, laptops, micro SD cards, USBs, surveillance systems, anything that had any kind of digital media associated to it.
So over the course of your career, approximately how many digital forensic extractions have you conducted?
Probably over at least 500, I would say.
Now, generally speaking, can you tell the jury what a digital forensic extraction is, what the purpose of it is?
Sure. The main purpose of a digital forensic extraction is to collect, preserve, then analyze that data in an investigation that's going on, either be computer crimes actually had a secondary function as well, where we had investigations that kind of focused on what they call CSAM, which is child sexual abuse material. So a lot of the investigations we have with that, so we would try to preserve all that evidence that we can for digital evidence for any kind of investigation that we're on.
So you can conduct electronic digital extractions in a number of different cases.
Yes, we can.
On electronic. What tool or tools do you use to perform those extractions?
So this changed over the year. Back in 2018, when I was in the unit, we used Celebrate primarily to extract cell phones. Since then, there's Gray Key, Celebrate, Magnet Axiom, they all do the celebrate extractions.
Okay, so we're going to get into that more in a little bit, the difference between Celebrate and Gray Key, but can you just tell us very generally, what are those?
They're forensic utilities, certified forensic utilities.
Okay. Now, when you perform electronic extractions on digital devices, where does that typically occur?
So with Celebrate, you can actually do that inside the lab, but they also have a function where you can take it remotely as well. For Gray Key, it's a function where you have to do it inside the laboratory.
And just when you say the laboratory, what is that? Where is that?
Sure. It's the Computer Crimes Unit Laboratory, which is in Freehold.
Now, is there an evidence locker in that laboratory?
So we have a temporary evidence vault. The purpose of that vault is to maintain security of that device that we have inside the lab. A lot of devices need to be either powered on, they need to be charged, as well as some may have to go into a Faraday box. And the Faraday box, what that does is you put a device inside of it, primarily mobile devices. It blocks out cell phone signals, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, so that way nobody can remote in and wipe that device.
So just to be clear, there's an evidence vault in the Computer Crimes Unit laboratory, is that right?
Correct. It's a temporary vault, so that way we can do the forensics and keep an eye on the evidence securely in the lab.
And then there's also a main evidence vault.
Correct. Yes.
And when you log things or take items of evidence, specifically electronics, and you put them into either of those vaults, is there any paperwork that goes along with that?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell us about that?
There's a property receipts that are filled up from the detective to me.
Okay. Can you take us through the process of how you conduct an electronic forensic extraction?
Sure. So the biggest problem with computer forensics is that it changes frequently. We're always behind the game when it comes to cell phone forensics. We have to play catch up to the manufacturers of cell phones, the manufacturers' operating systems. So it's hard to fully explain all of it, but back in 2018, the way that we did our forensics then is different than what they do now. So in 2018, there was primarily two different operating systems, the Android operating system and the iOS, which is Apple. Each one would Celebrate, you could get a different level of extraction. The Android, you could get a basic extraction, which would be called a logical extraction. And that's like if you were to just open up your phone, you see what you get, that's all you get in that extraction. Then you would have the next level, which would be the file system, which would be stuff inside the logical, as well as some additional data, databases, file structures, and potentially you can get some deleted information from a file system extraction. The top one for the Android would be a physical extraction, which would be getting every single 1 and 0, every piece of data inside that chip inside the phone, and then you can parse that data out. Android is different than Apple iOS. iOS, you could only get at the time with Celebrate an advanced logical. The advanced logical is, like I said, you literally just open the phone, you see what you get. There was the utility Gray Key, which gave us that next level, which is called a full file system extraction. And it gives us that logical extraction, as well as it gives us additional databases, file structures, and potentially some deleted data. In forensic community, we try to get that top level extraction so we can get all the data that we can and properly represent that device.
Okay, so there's Celebrate and Gray Key, right?
Correct.
And are those essentially tools to help conduct a phone extraction?
Yes, they are.
So the first step of a phone extraction, does that entail extracting the contents of the phone onto something else?
Yes, it does.
What is that something else?
It's called raw data. So we extract that data from the device and we'll put it on a forensic drive, and it's called raw data.
Now, is there a next step in the process after you get that raw data?
Yes, we will then take that raw data and process that in a forensic utility, usually the Celebrate or Magnet Axiom.
Can you just look at the raw data yourself and understand what it is?
No, we cannot.
Okay, so you said you process it in what?
In either Celebrate or Axiom.
Okay, so each of those, Axiom and Celebrate, when you say that you process it, what does that mean?
So processing, what that does is the forensic utility will take the raw data, it'll parse it out, and then put it in a format that you could understand and see. It categorizes items, creates timelines, it'll build file system structures so you can see it, you can go through the evidence clearly.
And is there another step after that occurs?
Yes, after we have it parsed out, you can see the evidence. We then create extraction reports from that. And you can make a working copy, which is the actual forensic file, and a reader, which reads that file. And then there's also the PDF copy that we create. And the PDF could be hundreds of thousands of pages. So it's a little more difficult to go through a PDF file, but we do both of them at the same time.
And the working copy and the PDF file, do they contain the exact same information?
Yes, they do.
When a forensic extraction is performed using Gray Key, what are some of the pertinent databases that are pulled from the phone?
So there's a few databases very important when it comes to iPhone forensics. The main one is Knowledge C. It's a SQLite database. And what that is basically, looks just like an Excel spreadsheet, and the data is stored in individual columns and rows. And then when an app needs that data, it'll actually call that location on the spreadsheet or database, pull it, and present it on the phone so that way you can see it as a user.
And is that database, Knowledge C, does that only apply to iPhones?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you know what the purpose of having that database is on an iPhone?
So it's actually created by iOS or Apple. It's a hidden database that actually stores pretty much just about every user activity on the device. It could be your web history, calls, texts. It also stores status of the device. So it could be if it's plugged in, charging, if the screen is on or off. You could pretty much take the data from that and build a timeline of the user's activity on the device.
Now, is the purpose of it essentially to help the iPhone or Apple learn the user's behavior?
Yes,
Is it also helpful, though, to forensic investigators as well?
absolutely.
I want to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes,
Did you respond to the Ocean Township Police Department?
yes, I did.
What was your purpose in responding there?
To assist with cell phone extractions.
Do you recall what time you arrived?
It was late afternoon, early evening. I'm not sure the exact time.
What, if anything, did you take into your possession?
There were cell phones, a couple of extractions I did at the Ocean Township Police Department, but there was also a phone that I took back to our computer crimes laboratory.
Okay, a couple of extractions that you did at the police department. Whose phones were those?
Susan, Marissa, and Keith Caneiro.
The last name? I'm sorry.
Caneiro.
Okay. And you indicated there was another device you took possession of?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
It was an Apple iPhone X that belonged to Paul Caneiro.
And who did you take possession of that from?
Detective Catalona.
When you took possession of that iPhone, what did you do with it?
I took it back to the computer crimes laboratory and put it in our Faraday box so that way it could be properly secured.
The next day, November 21st of 2018, did you perform a forensic examination or extraction of that phone?
Yes, I attempted to extract the device, yes.
Now, was the phone password
Can we,
protected?
can we just take a break for 5 minutes? Everyone can hang out for a minute. Jurors, can you go into the jury room for a second?
Interesting. What is happening? He wants to talk to him about something. We're just qualifying him as an expert, right? I mean, what's this about? I know what the judge called time out for. That's interesting. I didn't think we were in the territory of needing that, but okay. Maybe this will be an interesting day. That is if Andy, oh God, please don't let Andy be questioning this guy. Oh, or Monica, really, both of them. They're going to ask the most boring questions. I have questions. Tracy has questions, Your Honor. This tie is crooked and it bothers me. Hello, Wendy. Hello, good morning. Working and lurking. I love that. We love our lurkers, our chatters, our replay crew. We love all you guys. I don't know why you would call a break, so interesting. Unless maybe something's not working. It's probably a nothing burger. Unless he's like, you know what? I just caught up with Llama's chat, and they need this to be more interesting today, guys. Okay? It's Friday. Let's give the people what they want. Oh, cell phone stuff is sometimes interesting, but also the majority of the time not. The majority of the time not. But like, I don't know if he's going to be like the cell phone location person, or if we're going to go into like searches and text messages. That's the good stuff. Remember, Keith messaged him 4 times the night that he died. So why didn't they have an extraction of Paul's phone? They had one of the other 3 phones. I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Dun, dun, dun. Are they going to let us eavesdrop? They should. It's so rude. Think of the people, Your Honor. Think of us. Oh, goodness. It must be some sort of technical difficulty or something, because they're not. We should be able to hear this camera guy. He doesn't have his headphones on. Yeah. Lame. Anyway, for those just joining us this morning, hello and good morning to all of you. Day 8 of the Caneiro trial. Hey, Jersey friends, have they given you an update on your weather of what you guys are expecting? Now it's getting closer. I know that they can do a little bit better predicting stuff. I don't know how long it takes you guys to clean up winter messes. But over in the Banfield trial, because they're in Virginia, they were talking about how they might be closed all week for court. So 6 to 12 here in central New Jersey. Ooh, it's still quite a bit. And I think your guys is coming, what, like Sunday and Monday? So there's definitely not going to be court Monday. I mean, our whole city's shutting down, and we actually deal with snow all the time. So, Amos, good morning, you guys. You guys. You shifted a little, still a fair amount of snow, but now more ice expected. Oh, no. Ugh, that's the not so great part. Oh, I don't like that for you guys. Oh, that could make it longer. Well, I hope y'all stay safe over there and warm. Remember to shovel in increments. Don't wait till it all falls to shovel. That shit gets heavy. Oh, where court is, it'll be icy. Oh, that's not great. Not great. Yeah, ice is so much worse. And the temperature, because it's not going to melt. Yeah, I definitely think it'll be close Monday, too. I should give the judge my number. Like, hi, I know I'm not a juror, but could you also call me and let me know? Thank you, Judge. Next weekend, too? Oh, jeez. Who knows what we're getting is toss up. Oh, yeah.
Everybody can stay seated.
Okay. It's a matter of what? It's not a matter of how much. We're only 20 minutes from court? Let's go. You can just walk into this courtroom anytime, right?
Did you perform an extraction on that cell phone, the iPhone X, the next day on 11/21/18?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where did you perform that extraction at?
At the computer crime lab.
And what tool did you use?
Celebrate.
Now, once that extraction was complete, what did you learn?
The Celebrate showed that the Apple iTunes backup file was encrypted.
What does that mean, encrypted?
So Celebrate, when it would extract a device, especially with Apple iPhones, it would utilize a backup file, which would be like if you were to lose your iPhone today and you go to the store, you would use that backup file to reinstate into the new phone. So that way it looks like your old phone. It could be a little bit of window, depending upon the last time you backed it up. So the information could not fully be there, but it all bases upon when you last backed up your phone. A user can also set a password on that backup file to encrypt that file. So user set password, and it's usually set when you set up your new device.
And were you ultimately able to extract that phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, can you tell us the steps that you took?
Sure. So I started researching on Apple's website about how to reset or the iTunes backup password. And on their site, it actually explained that you can go to the settings in the device, reset the settings, and that will take off the password on the backup file and not affect any of the data on the phone.
Ultimately, was there information that was extracted off of that phone
Yes,
through Celebrate?
correct.
Okay, and what happened to that information? Where did it go?
That information is stored on a digital forensic drive.
Now, was there a second extraction performed on that device using GridKey?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall when that was done?
That was on November 28th of 2018,
And where was that done?
Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Can you tell us about that process and what your role was?
Sure. In the forensic community, we're fairly small, and once somebody gets a new tool, we all talk about it. We're forensic nerds a little bit, so we knew that Burlington County got the GridKey device, and it was something that we talked about in the forensic community, that it was good for getting an Apple iPhone extraction, especially with a full file system extraction. You get a lot more data, a lot more of the databases, and also GridKey at the time didn't need that backup password, and it could pull the same data Celebrate could, plus the databases and file system structure.
Okay, so on November 28th of 2018, what specifically did you do with that phone?
I took it to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
And what did you do with it there? What happened to it there?
I met a detective there, Jen Allen, and she then extracted the device. Well, I gave the device to her so she could connect it to GridKey to extract it.
Were you there when she connected it to GridKey?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and just, how does that work? Is it just a port that gets plugged in, or?
So when GridKey first came out, or at least back then, we were kind of told it's a law enforcement sensitive device. And that was because it was created for law enforcement to help us, because Apple was creating features on the device or on the phone that stopped us from doing the examination. So it was kind of something that we tried to keep to the community of law enforcement forensics, so that way we can get into the device. So at the time when she connected the phone to the GridKey, there is features the GridKey does to extract that data that we weren't supposed to discuss at the time, because it was like a law enforcement sensitive features to that device. But also because of it being, it's a new device, it was a newer device that sometimes as updates come out with iPhones, operating systems, our forensic utilities also have to update. So sometimes when you connect the device initially, it may say, all right, well, we need to update this device as well. And sometimes you have to wait for that update to come out. So it could be you plug it in, you could get errors, but then you can also retry it. And then sometimes after an update comes out, then you could connect it and it'll get that extraction.
So how long did that phone extraction take to actually finish?
She told me it was completed on this December 10th of 2018.
And on December 10th of 2018, where did you go?
I went to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
And what did you do?
I retrieved the phone and the forensic drive the raw data was on from GridKey.
What did you do with that raw data?
I brought it back to the Computer Crimes Laboratory at Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, Computer Crimes Laboratory.
And then what did you do with it there?
I put that through Celebrate and parsed out the data.
Now, once you did that, were any reports created?
Yes, the working copy as well as the PDF.
Okay. Are those two, when you say the working copy, where was that stored?
So that's stored all on a digital. So the other issue that happens in that time era of 2018 is that these phones started getting really large in data size. And originally, back then, we could extract the device, put it on a CD-ROM, DVD, a single layer Blu-ray, and give it to the detective in like 2 hours. But these phones started getting so large in data that it took a lot of time, and we ran into a problem with how we're going to store that data. So we had to use forensic hard drives instead of doing CD-ROMs or Blu-rays.
The PDF, where was that stored?
It had to go in a forensic drive.
Okay. Was it ultimately put onto something else for purposes of trial presentation?
Yes, it was.
What was that?
That was on a external hard drive.
Okay. And was the PDF also printed out into binders?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you recall how many binders that was?
It was extensive. It was, I'm going to say that it had to be well over 500,000 pages.
Holy shit.
The phone itself was right around 246 gigs of information, so that's a lot of data.
Is that Keith's phone they're talking about, or Paul's? Oh my god. 500,000 pages.
showing counsel what's been marked as S42. The phone itself, S420, S138, evidence property receipt, and S423, evidence property receipt. May I approach Judge?
You can.
Detective, I'm showing you a couple of different items here. Let's start with item 420.
Yes,
All right. First, can you just tell me if you recognize any of the writing on there?
I do, yes.
What is that?
This is Paul Caneiro's cell phone written on the
Oh, it's
evidence
Paul
bag.
Okay, and is there an evidence number on there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
18-0861
Okay, and is what's inside of the bag?
inside the bag. It's what we call a basic Faraday bag. It's basically like tinfoil, and it protects the phone additionally. And inside that is a black Apple iPhone in a black and clear case.
Okay, is this the phone that we've been talking about, Mr. Caneiro's cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You can put that back in there. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as S138. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a Monmouth County evidence property receipt.
Okay, and specifically, what is the receipt for?
On this one here, it was for multiple items. There's 4 items listed.
Is the phone one of those items?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does it specifically list the identifying information about the phone on there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and is this, just to be clear, it's one page?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the phone is marked item number what?
Number 3.
Okay, and is your signature anywhere on here?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you just explain how your signature got on there and what happened with the phone when you filled out this document?
Yes, when Detective Catalona provided me the phone, he also gave me this form, and I signed my name at the bottom stating that I received it.
Okay, and did you put the phone into evidence at that point?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S423. This is 2 pages. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an evidence received from the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, and what does that depict?
This shows when I dropped the device off. The first page shows when I dropped it off on November 28th. And the second shows December 10th, 2018, when I received the phone back from Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
And finally, I'm showing you what's been marked as S421. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a USB that contains the PDF and working copy of Paul Caneiro's extraction.
Thank you. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S69. And this is S69 is going to consist of 4 binders, but I'm going to ask if you recognize
Holy
these over
crap.
the other 2.
Oh, please do not let Andy be doing this. If so, we riot, guys.
Could have carried him over. Just saying.
I just want the record to reflect she's talking about it.
I didn't hear that. Is that in the record? No, it's not.
Detective, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are binders that contain the PDF report of Paul Caneiro's phone.
And just to be clear, there's for a certain time frame. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is that November 19th and November 20th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now these binders, do they have page numbers on them?
Yes,
Okay. And are the page numbers in each binder listed on the front of each binder?
yes. Yes, it is.
And have you seen the contents of these binders before today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And is this exactly the same information that is on that USB drive that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
Look at all those sexy colored tabs. Oh my God.
There you
Okay.
go.
It's gonna be our whole day.
Chivalry's not dead.
We're going to come back to the phone shortly. I want to draw your attention though to the next day, Thursday, November 22nd of 2018.
Yes.
Were you involved in conducting any digital forensic extractions of any other devices with regard to this case?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
I was called to the scene in Colts Neck to retrieve and receive some surveillance systems that were recovered at the scene.
When you say the scene in Colts Neck, is that 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, it is.
When you responded to the scene, what, if anything, did you take possession of?
It was 6 Wise cameras and 1 GE surveillance unit.
And who did you take possession of those from?
Detective Steve Vogt.
Now, you indicated a DVR system, is that what you said you took possession of as well?
Yes.
Where was that located?
I was told I was in the basement of the house.
What, if anything, did you notice about that DVR system?
There was a lot of fire damage to it. Well, when I say fire damage, it's not just flames, but also smoke. There appeared to be some smoke damage to it, and there was it was wet a little bit, but it wasn't drastically drenched. But there was definitely some physical damage to the device.
Now, on November 23rd, the next day of 2018, where did you make any requests with regard to that DVR?
Yes, I requested the New Jersey Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory to try to do an examination on that DVR system.
Okay, and did they try to do that?
Yes, they did.
Okay, were they able to?
No, they were not.
Why not?
They stated that it appeared that the device wasn't functioning properly, and they did not get any kind of data from the device.
Okay, so on November 22nd of 2018, when you took possession of those security cameras, what did you do with them?
They were at our evidence vault, temp vault.
Okay, and did you say there were 6 of them?
Yes, there was.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S291. I'm showing counsel. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is an evidence property sheet.
What does it depict?
It shows 6 items that were signed over to me from Stephen Vogt, Detective Stephen Vogt.
Now, are those the Wise cameras, just to be clear?
Yes, they are.
There were 6 of them?
Yes.
What is a Wise camera?
It's a small camera that actually could be self-contained units. That way it actually will, inside the camera, there is a micro SD card that'll save some of the footage that camera itself is viewing.
Did these cameras have SD cards in them?
Yes, there are micro SD cards.
Did you do anything with these particular cameras in regard to conducting any exams of them?
Yes, I first documented them with photographs, and then I would take the micro SD cards out and utilizing a write blocker, which protects the device, the original electronic device, or in this case, the micro SD card, so I can make a forensic image of that device. And then I can then work off that forensic image without disturbing any of the original evidence.
Why is that necessary?
So that way you don't have to do anything with the original evidence. You can actually work right off the image because it's a direct copy of that micro SD card.
Okay, I just want to back up for a second.
Sure.
So when did you perform that imaging of these cameras? Do you recall what date?
It started when I received the cameras, and then that continued because it took some time to do each one. So I would say it was probably over the course of a week and a half to finish all the cameras up.
Prior to conducting those examinations, did you take any photographs of them?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S61. It's from his report of the Wise cameras. I'm showing you what's been marked as S61B. Do you recognize that?
Yes, these are the cameras, the pictures I took of the Wise cameras.
Going through those photos, can you tell us how many there are there?
Sure. Six.
Where did you get them from, or where were they located?
The cameras, there was one that was in a sunroom. There was one that was in a kitchen. There was 3 that were in a garage, and then the other one was in the office.
The ones in the garage, were they labeled a certain way?
Yes, they were.
And how were they labeled?
They were labeled north or south wall, and a couple of them were under a shelf.
So you indicated that you conducted a forensic imaging of these cameras?
Yes.
And once that was done, what did you do?
I then parsed that data in magnet axiom, so that way we can view all the camera footage and stills that were located on the cameras.
Was there anything that you did to ensure that the data that you extracted off of those cameras was in fact the same data as was on the cameras?
Yeah, so when I create the forensic image, it creates what they call a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint. And what that does is it confirms that it takes the value of the hash of the initial device and then our image. And if they compare those two numbers together, if they match, then you have a verified image or verified copy of the device or the original media.
Did you do that for each of the 6 cameras?
Yes, it did.
Okay, once that was done, and I think you indicated you ran it through that and Axiom.
I did.
Okay, and what, if anything, was the result of that?
It produced over 100,000 video clips and still images.
Okay, those video clips and still images, when did they date back to?
Roughly October of 2018.
Okay, and can you just explain to us how you observed them, how they presented on the data that you extracted? What do they look like?
So on the Axiom has a built-in video viewer, so you can actually, as you're in the program Axiom, you can actually then replay the clips. And they were set in about roughly a 1-minute clip each.
Are there timestamps on those clips?
Yes, there is.
Were those timestamps accurate?
Yes, they were.
How do you know that?
Those times are compared to events that occurred on the Paul Caneiro cell phone.
Did you review any of those clips, the 1-minute clips?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you recall about which ones and how many you reviewed?
So with the Axiom program, you can actually make a timeline. So what I did was I went back roughly a day or so from when they shut down. I showed them shutting down right around 2:52 a.m. So then I went back roughly about a day and started reviewing some of the camera footage.
Was there any other detectives that you reviewed the footage in conjunction with?
Yes, there was.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Patrizillo?
Is he the lead detective from the Major Crimes Unit on this?
Yes, he is.
I want to draw your attention specifically to the kitchen camera, timestamp 3:50 p.m. What, if anything, of note did you review on there?
There was a phone call that occurred.
Okay, and can you tell us anything about that phone call?
The camera was set up inside the kitchen, and you can overhear the phone call over the camera system.
Okay, and who was speaking?
Keith Caneiro.
Oh, we
I
heard
want to
that
draw your
already.
attention now to 6:05 p.m., specifically to the office camera. Did you note any phone calls there?
Yes.
What was that?
Keith Caneiro was on his phone, and he actually had some of it on a speakerphone as well. You can hear a conversation through the camera.
Now, were each of those phone calls, were they essentially in 1-minute clips?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and for purposes of trial, were those clips put together so they would just flow simultaneously without stopping at the 1-minute mark?
Yes.
Did you review that?
Yes.
And when you reviewed it, was it fair and accurate to the phone calls that you reviewed prior to them being clipped?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S66, the kitchen office phone calls. Did you register that?
Sure. Detective, what was the number of those photos?
S61.
Yay. It's going to be Monica, not Andy. So praise the old gods and the new. Oh, my goodness. Are we still going to get annoyed with Monica? Probably. Sorry, I had to download all these Britney stuff for this show tonight on my phone because they make it so damn difficult. Oh, I didn't really need to save that one. It's fine. I can't believe how much data they had for Paul's phone for like 2 days. Is that what they said? 500,000 pages. What is he doing on there all day? It's crazy. We did already see the video that he's talking about with the phone call that was on the security cameras. We saw that earlier in the trial. Keith was not happy on the phone, yelling at Paul. That's when we heard Keith be like, "Give me the fucking password." To which, I mean, honestly, he was still way nicer about it than I would have been. Like, oof, we definitely would have gotten demonetized for sure if I was the one that had to make that phone call because, 80 grand was missing. Still way nicer about it than I would be. But yeah, we heard that at the beginning of the trial. So oh my gosh, it's such a mess. Girl. Sorry.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek permission to hand out a transcript of S66A, which is going to be marked, the transcript is marked as S67.
Sure. So ladies and gentlemen, if you remember, we talked about the transcripts in the past, but we're going to talk about them again now. So you will be provided with a transcript, and that is something that has been reviewed and to be supplied to you. But remember, you are the sole judges of the facts. You're going to listen to the recording. The recording's the actual evidence that you're going to make the determination on. This is just an aid for you if you decide to use it. If you hear something different than what you hear on the transcript or you see on the transcript, you go with what you hear, not what you see on the transcript. Does that make sense?
Why am I monitoring?
Thank you. You can hand those out.
It is a
Ms. Wallace,
Friday.
what was the number on that?
It is S67, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Mann, just confirm you don't have any objection to the transcripts, right? Okay.
Judge, I have a copy for the court.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I think so. It's usually the case too, or at least in some of the trials I've
The state
watched.
seeks permission to play S66A. Before we started, Detective, do you see a timestamp on here?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
2018, 11/19, which is November 19, 2018, 15:50 hours.
Is that military time?
Yes, it is.
What is that in regular time?
3:50 p.m.
Thank you.
Counter life is telling me they haven't been receiving money except at April. That doesn't make any sense. Counter life is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's not true. I need you to send me the statement date back because I'm on call with them all day already. I need to access the money. Fine. Do you have it scanned somewhere? Do you have it scanned in Evernote? Can I log into it and grab it? Do you have the online access? I'll just go online and get it. You don't have the online access? If you could just see a way to send me the password, I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
That wasn't the yelly one.
Detective, did that fairly and accurately portray what you initially watched when you watched this particular call?
Yes, it does.
But at this time, the state would seek permission to play S66B.
66B? Okay.
Transcripts off left. The other ones, the transcript for that is S68. May I show you the copy?
Yes, please. Thank you.
play. I believe all the jurors have a transcript.
Oh, I thought she was going to be like, that's all. Like, what?
Before we start, Detective, is there a timestamp on here?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
2018-11-19, which is November 19, 2018, 18:05:01.
And what is that in non-military time?
6:05:01 p.m.
Hey, Tim, how are you? Sorry to call on the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's taken, but I need to talk to him. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks. Yeah, please. I'm mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Oh, Brittany girl. Sorry.
Can you pause it for a second? Detective, what's the timestamp on here?
2018-11-19, 18:06:01.
Okay, what did we just hear?
A phone call.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I just spent the last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They're saying they haven't received any money and that they took a loan against my account and they're taking another one in October, which is just in October. I need to know, show me where you're sending the checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up there and do it. Short of you being dead, I need to see the stuff. You need to log into your account then. You log into the TV account. You need to give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account, you don't know yours. You don't know your TV login. Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it. I need to see it now. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just said half today. Paul, I'm telling you. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul. Give me the login, Paul.
6. He went to bed at 6. What time is 1800 hours? Because I was going to ask that question. He said he was asleep from 6 to 11. Oh, 1800 hours is 6 o'clock? Interesting. I don't know who goes to sleep after a phone call like that.
Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. They get on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. Look a little while, Paul. And I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul.
Fuck off.
Paul, I'm telling you. I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul.
1800 hours is 6 p.m. Interesting. Please do on top. It's driving me crazy.
Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks? Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. That means by 8 o'clock.
Can we call, oh, I'm sorry, can we just go back to get the timestamp end of that? At the end of the phone call, what is the timestamp there, Detective?
2018, 11/19, 1809, 57.
And again, in non-military time, please?
6:09, 57 p.m.
Thank you. Was that a fair and accurate portrayal of the call that you had originally listened to from Axiom and then we clipped for trial?
Yes.
Not looking great for
Judge,
you,
can I collect the
Paul.
transcripts?
You can.
Detective, I'd like to go back to the phone extraction that you conducted. On 11/21/18, did you take any photographs?
Yes.
Okay, specifically was that of Mr. Caneiro's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
Would you guys be able to go to
Showing
sleep after a
counsel was
phone call like that?
marked as S61A. Do you recognize those? If you could flip through and let us know.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is that?
These are photographs that I took of an overall of Paul Caneiro's cell phone, as well as the active apps that were going on with the device.
Judge, permission to publish S61A.
Oh my goodness. Such that.
Can I just?
I think this guy might be on the stand for like 2 days.
Judge, can I have a moment?
Sure.
No objection.
Okay. We publish.
Thank you. Detective, this is slide. Okay, all right. So what are we looking at?
This is the overall of Paul Caneiro's cell phone.
Okay, if we can scroll down, please.
Another image of the front of the cell phone.
Okay. Scroll down.
An image of the rear of the cell phone, or the back of the cell phone.
Are these the photos you took?
Yes, there.
Okay, if you can scroll down again.
Detective, what are we looking at here?
So on Apple iPhones, you can actually see the active apps that are running in the background. You have to kind of do it quickly when you take the photograph, but you can swipe off from the left over and you can see the active apps that are running. So this is a photograph of active apps that are running in the phone.
Is this an app in particular or something else?
They appear to all be apps, and it could be either be web browsing, could be an application. There are various things that are running right now.
Okay, if you could scroll down, please.
Detective, what is that we're looking at?
That is another application that's running, called Secure Line.
Do you know what application that is?
I'm not aware of Secure Line, no.
Okay, and can you scroll down here, please?
What are we looking at here?
This is a WhatsApp application that's open, and it states the name Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and one more, please. Just for the record, this is the last page on S61A. What are we looking at here?
This is QT View Device Info application.
What is that?
That appears to be a surveillance system application.
Okay, and it is open on the phone?
Yes, it is.
When you downloaded the material from the phone, was this something that was already open, or did you open this yourself?
This is already open.
Thank you. Now, you had indicated earlier that what I had showed you, I believe it was S421, the portable drive,
Yes,
that's essentially the same thing as what's in the binders. It's a PDF.
correct.
And you reviewed some of that PDF?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, the state seeks permission to publish certain pages from that PDF.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. If we could please have page 1. Detective, what are we looking at here? If you could just tell
I'm
us.
sorry, Ms. Wallace. Did you say the number for this? I apologize.
It's S421. 421.
421?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Detective, what are we looking at here, this first page?
This is the Celebrate Extraction Report initial page, which provides the pretty much the initial settings or information of the device.
Okay, and again, is this page 1 of the 4 binders? There's thousands of pages?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So under summary here, where it says examiner's name, whose name is next to that?
Detective Brian McGarry.
Okay, and notes.
Gray key extraction.
Okay, and is that because this was extracted through Gray Key?
Yes, it was.
I should have asked you before, but when you initially extracted it with Celebrate,
Yes.
is the same information from Celebrate on the Gray Key?
Yes, Gray key actually obtains the same information Celebrate does, and then some. It adds the file system with it as well. So you get database files and some other file structure information, and you could potentially get some deleted information.
Okay, if you can see under where it says source extraction, time zone settings,
Yes,
one above that, decoding start date time, do you see that?
yes.
Okay, what does that mean?
That is 7/21/2025. That's when this portable case was created.
The case file was created?
Correct.
Okay. And if you can just go up a little bit. Do you see where it says device information?
Yes,
Is there a serial number on there?
yes, there is.
Okay, and is that the serial number that matches the phone, essentially?
Yes, it does.
Is there a phone number listed on there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
732-500-7902.
Okay, and whose phone number is that?
Paul Caneiro?
And where it says Apple ID, it has it twice. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what is the email address next to those?
The first one is pcaneiro@squareone.com. The second is pcaneiro@mac.com.
We just saw the Wise camera calls, the first one being at 3:50 p.m. and the second one being at 6:05 p.m.
Do you recall just seeing those?
Yes.
Okay, did you see those phone calls specifically? Did they match up with the call logs in here?
Yes, they did.
If we can please go to page 362.
Detective, is this a page of the call logs?
Yes, it is.
Specifically, is it the first page of the call logs?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you just explain the top of the call logs where it says like number, parties, timestamp, what all of that means?
The parties column states which direction the phone call is going and who the person is either getting the call from or is going to. The timestamp is the timestamp of the phone call. Duration is how long the phone call lasts. The status is if it's going to be answered or unanswered. Country code is where the network or the cell network connects from. Additional information is network name. Sometimes you can get, if it comes across a Verizon network or T-Mobile, it may specify that. And then the source info is where it's found inside the file system structure of the phone.
You can please go to page 364 of the call logs. And Detective, I'm going to ask you, as we scroll up, are the calls going forward in time or backward in time?
Backward in time.
Okay.
Well,
I'm going to direct your attention to item 37. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what is the time on there?
11/19/2018, 3:03:50 PM, UTC -5.
Okay, UTC,
So cell phones, when they extract into a UTC, which is universal time. Then you have to, the program will then convert that time to the Eastern Standard Time, which would be -5. And that's the current time at that time of the phone call.
So the time that we're looking at there,
so this would be 3:03 PM?
Yes,
That's the accurate time, is that right?
at that time, yes, it's Eastern Standard Time.
okay. Who is that call indicating that it's from?
It's from 1732.
Is there a name? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes, Tiffany Riviera.
Okay. Does it indicate whether the call was answered?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and does it have the duration of the call there?
Yes, 57 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to item 36 now. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
that is a incoming phone call from Keith Caneiro,
What is the time?
11/19/2018, 3:49:49 PM, UTC -5.
Does it indicate if it was answered?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and the duration?
48 seconds.
Okay,
And I'm gonna direct your attention to item 35. Do you see that?
Yes,
all right, and what's the timestamp there?
that one is 11/19/2018, 3:53 PM, UTC -5.
And who is that? What is that?
That is an incoming call from Keith Caneiro.
Does it indicate whether it was answered?
Yes, it does.
And the duration?
30 seconds.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at item 34. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 4:55:26 PM, UTC -5.
Okay, and where does that call indicate it's coming from?
A 1-800 number that states it's Discover card.
Was it answered?
No, it was not.
Okay. Item 33, what's the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 4:56:23 PM, UTC -5.
And where does that call indicate it's coming from?
States Porsche of Monmouth, which I'm assuming is Monmouth.
Was it answered?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
was discovered.
I'm gonna direct your attention to item 31. Do you see that?
Does that make sense?
Yes, I do.
And what is the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 6:05:50 PM, UTC -5.
Okay, and what does that call indicate, or who is it calling?
It is an outgoing phone call to Keith Caneiro.
Is there a duration of that phone call?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
1 minute and 23 seconds.
I'm gonna direct your attention to item 30 now. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, what is the timestamp there?
11/19/2018, 6:07:38 PM, UTC -5.
Okay, and what does it indicate?
Who, if anyone, is calling?
Is an incoming call from Keith Caneiro.
Was it answered?
Yes, it was.
And the duration?
2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay, you indicated before that when you watched the WISE cameras, you matched up the timestamps to the call logs.
Correct.
Just to be clear, it looks like there are two calls here.
Yes.
Okay, were you able to determine why it looks like there's two calls there?
It appears the phone call may have been dropped in between the conversation.
Okay, and do you recall when we watched specifically the last call in the office that there was a little bit of a lag time?
Yes, there was.
Detective, based upon your review of this cell phone extraction, does Mr. Caneiro's phone
Ever call Keith Caneiro again on 11/19 of 2018?
No.
Now, the next activity in the call log, if we can look at item 29, please. Do you see that?
Yes,
So we're now at 11/20/18, do you see that?
correct.
And what's the timestamp there?
4:57:48 AM, UTC -5.
4:57:48, and what does that reflect?
It's an incoming call from Central Station Alarm.
Was that call answered?
No, it was not.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to this page shortly.
I'd like it if we can go to please, page 564.
What time was that? And they, oh my God.
Detective, is this the first page of the database called device events?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Is this the knowledge C date from the knowledge C database that you discussed earlier?
Yes, that's the source, yes.
Okay, if you can go to the top and just again explain to us where with the gray bar, each of those columns, what they mean.
Sure. The first column is the number column. Second column is time. The third column is event type, which will describe what is going on with the device. Then they have a value, which could be further describing what's going on with the device. Additional info is there in case there needs to be more further description of what is going on with the device. And then the source is actually showing where that is located on the file system of the phone. And then the last column is deleted, which would show if that information was deleted off the device or not.
We can please go to page 601, still device events. I'd like to direct your attention to item 354. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay.
What does that indicate?
It shows a start time of 11/20/2018, 1:27, 8 seconds a.m. UTC -5 with an end time of 11/20/2018 at 4:54:08 a.m. UTC -5, and it shows that the device plug-in status was plugged in.
Okay, so explain to us if you could what that means in layman's terms.
That the phone was plugged into a charger
When?
at 1:27:08.
Okay, so the phone gets plugged in at 1:27:08 a.m.?
Correct.
And when does it indicate the phone gets unplugged?
At 4:54:08 a.m.
If we can go to item 357.
Fire time.
I'm sorry, this is going to be on the next page, 357. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do we see where it says unplugged there?
Yes, I do.
Is that essentially indicating that the phone was unplugged at the time 4:54:08 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, why is it on there twice?
It's just showing that this is the time frame when it was unplugged.
Okay, and the unanswered call from the alarm company came in at 4:57:48 a.m., is that right?
Correct.
Mama Llama yelling at me.
You see where it says display on off?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means the screen of the device was turned either on or off.
Okay. And if we can just go back to the previous page. Okay, if we could just scroll up. All the way up. Okay, do you see where it says display on off and there's various times there?
Yes.
Okay, what does that indicate?
That the user of the device is turning on and off the screen.
Between the time frame of 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m., is the screen display on, off, or something else?
It is off.
Okay, is it off the entire time between 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m.?
Yes.
Any other activity on the phone in terms of apps or any other databases that you saw taking place between that time frame of 1:27:08 and 4:54:08 a.m.?
No.
Now, in between that time frame of 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m., while the phone is plugged in, do we see any text messages from Keith Caneiro? If you recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay, if we can please go to page 1564. And I'm going to direct your attention to item 4342.
Yes,
Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, what does that reflect there?
It shows an instant message or a text message incoming from Keith Caneiro.
And what is the time there?
11/20/2018, 3:14:58 a.m. UTC -5.
Now, is the content of that text message, what was said, located somewhere within that column?
Yes, it is in the second to last column.
And what does it say?
My power is totally out at home. Total AC failure.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 1565, which is the next page over. It's going to be item 4344. Tell me when you see that.
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see there?
is an instant message incoming at 11:20, 3:15:01 a.m. UTC -5, and it's coming from Keith Caneiro.
And what does the content of that message say?
I used the manual switch in the basement, but nothing is working.
If we can go to item 4346. Tell me when you see that.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
An instant message incoming, 11:20, 3:17:59 a.m. UTC -5 from Keith Caneiro. And the message was, I'm not even sure what to do.
Okay. And finally, if we could go to item 4348. Just tell me when you see that.
Yes. It's another instant message incoming, 11:20, 3:18:13 a.m. UTC -5 from Keith Caneiro. The generator says AC failure, going outside to see if the generator is in the right mode.
And that's at 3:18, 3:13 a.m.
Correct.
Isn't that great? You know what happens
I
next.
just want to show you what's been marked as S70. I'm showing council. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate extraction report showing text messages between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and are those the exact same text messages as the ones you just read?
Yes, they are.
Okay, why does it look a little bit different?
So part of Celebrate is you can actually, when you create the report, you can make it look like a text message bubble, so it's a little more easier to understand or easier to read.
Now, on those text messages, does it indicate what time they were quote unquote read?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says here,
There's a light on the side there if you want to.
thank you. 11:20, 3:14:58 a.m. UTC -5.
They were actually, do you see where it says 5:03:28 a.m.?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, is that when they were actually
Yes, they were.
quote unquote read on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. I can take that back from you.
So he didn't read them until his house was on fire. So he's out of the house. Interesting that he was texting at like 3 in the morning. But... Oh, that's right, because they said Paul is the handy one.
If we can please go back, I want to go back to the call logs beginning on page 362. We left off, I believe it was at 4:54:08 a.m. with the phone being unplugged. Do you recall that?
Yes.
On page 364, we can go back. I just want to draw your attention to item 28. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It is a incoming from Watchlight/ALAR, 11/20/2018, 4:59:56 a.m. UTC -5. Shows not answered.
Okay, item 27, what are we looking at there?
This is a outgoing to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:04:09 a.m. UTC -5.
Okay, just to be clear, it's an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Keith Caneiro's phone at that time?
Correct.
Okay, item 26.
It is a outgoing call to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:04:37 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 25.
Is an outgoing call to Corey Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:08:12 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 24.
An outgoing call to Tiffany Rivera, 11/20/2018, 5:10:31 a.m. UTC -5.
Okay, if you could go to item 23.
Outgoing call to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:28:53 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 22, what is that?
It's another outgoing call to Corey Caneiro at 11/20/2018, 5:29:27 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 20.
Outgoing call to Jennifer Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:35:23 a.m. UTC -5.
And then item 16.
An incoming call from Chubb, 11/20/2018, 9:12:29 a.m. UTC -5, and it was not answered.
Travis, the insurance company. It's me every time.
Detective, during the course of your investigation, did you receive some information that was requested for the contents of Keith Caneiro's Google Cloud?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just, if you could summarize, what is the Google Cloud?
Ultimately, it's a storage, a cloud service where you can store data. A lot of times people store their photos, or they'll back up their devices, or their email will be stored in this cloud service.
Now, were you provided with Keith's Google Cloud from Google?
Yes, it actually was such a large data set that it crashed Google servers, and they had to split it in half and send us in 2 parts.
Okay. So when Google sends that production to you, is there anything that you have to do to verify it?
Crash.
It's verified by Google, and they send as a certification that this is the results that they have on their servers.
Can you describe how that looked, how it was set up?
Yes, each drive had probably hundreds of zip files, which are compressed files, and inside those compressed files was additional files. So you have to decompress those files to see the other files that are inside those files, the compressed file.
Was there any program that you used to help you better see or manage those files?
Yes, I use the Axiom program because that's a utility that's used to unzipping files, parsing out the data so you can see it clearly.
Okay, now as part of that data, Keith Caneiro's Gmail inbox?
Yes, it was called a Caneiro Gmail.nbox file. Nbox is the file extension for their emails.
Okay, did you use any apps to open up that Gmail?
Yes, it was called Mozilla Thunderbird.
What is that?
It's an open source email viewer. It looks just like Outlook or Gmail. Anybody can download it. Anybody can use it as their main email viewer. And the advantage of that service is that it understands just about every single file for emails. So you could easily take that file, the Nbox file, put it inside the program, and it makes it look like an email viewer so you can understand the emails that are in that account.
So it's just an easier way to read the data, the
Yes.
email. Based on your review of that, did Keith Caneiro use something called Google Hangouts?
Yes.
What is that?
So it doesn't actually exist anymore. It's now called Google Chat. But back then, Google Hangouts was built into they had their own app, but it was also built into their Gmail suite. So as you're on your Gmail, you could have on the side window your Hangouts so you can do chat as well as you're doing your email. Also, part of their feature is you can actually have some of those alerts or Hangout messages sent to your email. So you can also get them as an email as opposed to just a text message.
Now, are the emails and the chats, are they all commingled?
Yes, Google puts them all together because they put it all in their suite of Gmail.
Did you have an opportunity to review Keith's Gmail, including the Google Hangout app?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of your review, were some of the communications that you found on there, chats and emails, identified and tagged?
Yes, they were.
And what was done with those?
They were created, a report was created documenting all of those.
I'm going to show you what's marked as S422. Showing council. I'm showing you what's been marked as S422. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a disk that contains those tags or the emails that were on that Google Drive.
Okay. And did you essentially put them on here, just an easier way to read?
Yes.
And when you open this, what format are they in?
HTML.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S62. I'm showing council first. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here, Detective?
Yes.
What is that?
These are some of the emails that were located in the Google Drive.
Judge, the statement seek permission to publish S422 specifically
emails and content of F62, which is the pages that the detective has up there.
Objection.
How many pages you can start?
Go ahead.
Detective, just so you can tell us for the record, how many pages is that?
5 pages.
All right, okay. All right, if we can publish.
Ooh, email.
What are we looking at here?
This is the HTML index that shows all the emails that were tagged in that response from Google Drive.
So the email's in front of you as 62. Do you see it on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to draw maybe a box or a line demarcating when those emails end? And specifically, I'm referring to 4/11/18.
On the screen.
Stylus there somewhere.
And if we could just, for example, can we click on the first 4/11/18 that we see?
Sure.
Detective, do you see that up there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
This is the exhibit that I have in front of me. This is the email that was from the Google Drive response.
Okay, I'm going to ask if you can read that to us. Actually, let me ask you first. It says from who?
Keith Caneiro.
Okay. Are any of these, to your knowledge, were any of these forwards to another email?
Yes, they appear to be forwarded from Keith.
Okay. If you can please read this for us. It's a little bit small, but you can read from what's in front of you on the screen as long as it's the same thing.
I figured out why there are payments missing. I selected the wrong payee from my list and made them but to Pacific Lending, the servicer for student loans instead of Pacific Life. I changed the name of the account to Trust so that this will not happen again while the account is still open. The BRBR is a break, is a line break, is an HTML characters to show that. I asked Ron for the numbers and I'm going to go over all the payments today at TD. Break. I am selling off some of my investments today. And once the transfer is completed, I will make a single payment plus interest to the trust policy. Break. There's some characters there. I'm sorry about that and we'll make it right. Break. Let me know when you create a new trust account with Bonnie so we can set up the direct deposit from payroll. I can pay the balance of the existing trust account and close that account.
You can go to the next one, please.
I used the wrong account.
Oh,
I've been doing this for how
can
many
you
years
just remove
now?
that red mark?
Yeah.
20 years.
That's on the right. It's a little button.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yep.
If you can please read that.
Sure. I didn't sleep most of the night trying to sort this out. I know you were stressed and I'm sorry. I am stressed out more than I've ever been. Break. I understand your decision and I am not upset. I know I failed you on this and I am sorry and embarrassed about this. I have had my head up my ass and now things are clear.
One on the next page.
Sure.
We are going to separate and move on with our lives. We talked about divorce and I am sure we can work something out without strife.
And finally, the fourth page.
Oh. Divorce is.
I don't know where I will live.
And was that the content from that 4/11/18 date?
Yes, they were.
So that was in April.
All right, we're going to take our mid-morning break now. The jury's been at it for almost for a while. So I'm going to give you guys your mid-morning break. We will start back up at around 10:25, 10:30. All right, thank you. I'll discuss this case. Don't do any research.
Well, so we've gotten some interesting, we haven't gotten too far deep in the weeds of digital forensics, but we did just find out that, earlier in the trial, they told us that Keith did try texting Paul like 4 times through the night before him and his family were murdered. And those 4 texts were literally as Keith realized his power was out.
Please don't speak to anybody. You're in the middle of being on the stand, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. But have a good break.
Thank you.
I see them. I'll be able to read it, but there we go. So, well, the court's on break. So these were the last messages that Keith sent to Paul, saying that, he loses power at around 3:15, which does fit the highlight, but the timeline. But this also causes a bit of a discrepancy for the timeline. Here's why. So at 3:15 a.m., Keith texts Paul, I used the manual switch in the basement, but nothing is working because he lost power. Then 2 minutes later at 3:17, he says, I'm not even sure what to do. Then he messages him again at 3:18. The generator says failure, going outside to see if the generator is in the right mode. So at 3:18, Keith is making his way outside to basically his death, sadly. So we know that the shooting had to have happened sometime after 3:18 because he sent him that text. And I don't think that they're saying that Paul was sending these messages, or at least they haven't implied that, I don't think. But remember Dennis, the 911 gunshot guy, said it was around like 3:20 something when he heard the gunshots, but he didn't call until like 3:31, a few minutes later. So it is very close to our timeline, but then, maybe Keith was taking his time. Maybe he had to get dressed, find his shoes. I don't know about you guys, but I am very slow in the mornings. And then I'd have to be super annoyed that I would have to go outside and deal with the generator. So I guess that does put us very close to the timeline of when he was murdered. But that's just, that's just so sad to see that Keith didn't know what he was about to walk into. Also, Paul's phone was plugged in from 1:30 to about 5 in the morning when his fire at his house started. Nothing really suspicious, no suspicious activity during those times so far in what we've been told. I don't know. Apparently there's 500,000 pages for Paul's phone for like 2 days somehow. I don't even know how, but there is. So, I mean, sure, I want to take my phone with me either if you're committing crimes. But considering the hours it is, the fact that his phone's plugged in and nothing's happening also is normal because your phone's not really doing a whole lot when you're sleeping. So some interesting stuff so far. We did listen to some of the security cam footage from Keith's house where we heard Keith confronting Paul about the missing money, wanting the password to his account, and Paul being like, I don't know what my password is. And the other interesting thing. So remember that, I guess I can just do me. So the interesting thing is that, remember, Paul told one of the investigators, I think it was Mr. AI Fire Chief Man. I think it was him. And Paul said, I went to bed at 6 and then I woke up at 11, took some medicine, and then I was up for a little bit, and then I went back to bed around 1 something, which the 1 something does check out. That's when his phone was plugged in. I mean, he could have stayed up, yes, but that time might have made sense. But at 6:09, he got one of those phone calls from Keith that we all heard where Keith was pissed. Not as pissed as I would be, but Keith was not happy, and he talked to him at 6:08. And I don't know about any of you, but I don't know if I would be able to just go to sleep for 5 hours after my brother accused me of stealing tens of thousands of dollars, yelling at me, wanting a password, and you saying, I don't know what it is, and not doing anything to get it. Like, that's not great for Keith. Or I'm sorry, for Paul. But it's definitely not great for Keith. But Paul, oh, buddy, that's not good for you. Not good for you. Though they haven't really shown, did they show us phone activity between 6 and 11? I don't know. When Mama Llama came in and was like, why are you so serious? And I'm like, because I'm trying to pay attention to times and numbers and timelines. I don't know if they showed if there was any activity between 6 and 11 besides the phone call to prove that he was asleep, but I don't know. So late, did I miss any boom moments? Only what I just recapped, really. We have a digital forensic guy on the stand. He's going to be here for a while, probably all day. If he's not on all day, I'm going to be very surprised. They have 500,000 pages, several binders, all with tabs marked. There's going to be a lot to talk about. Good news is that Andy is not doing the cross, because if so, I'd be like, all right, we're just going to, I'll get back to y'all in a couple of days, the highlights. I don't think we need to punish ourselves with that, but no, Monica will be doing the cross. I'm not saying that's going to be better, but probably better than Andy, who, if you guys have noticed, when the camera pans back to like the prosecutor where she's asking questions, Andy is just like staring off into the distance, like an NPC or something. Like, sir, what are you doing? Maybe you should, I don't know, be writing questions for the next person, like preparing and something. No, he's just sitting there, like not even staring at the witness, like somewhere between the witness and the judge. He's just staring off in the distance. I don't, what's Andy's deal? Oh, Andy. So that's what we've learned so far this morning. We're just skimming the top of the digital forensic iceberg there. So, oh, you know what I was going to look up in my notes was what time that person was caught on Keith's inside the garage door camera. Remember, there's like this figure, and let me pull up my notes. I should have had these up already, but whatever. All right, what time did creepy garage guy get there? 2:36 a.m. is when a figure is captured on Keith's cam, which I do have saved, so I'll show that to you guys again. So we know now that, what time did I say it was? 3. What time does he start texting? He starts texting at 3:15. I'm just going to add that to my notes. 3:15. Keith starts texting Paul. About power. And what time was that at the bot? 3:18. Keith says he's going outside. Oh, Keith. All right, so creepy man picture. Well, creepy killer picture. We don't know who it is, technically. The prosecution wants us to think that it's Paul. But we saw this the other day. This is the camera inside of Keith's garage. Sorry, I keep confusing them. And whoever that is outside that door, it's not Keith. All right, we can rule Keith out because he says he's not going outside until 3:18. This image is from 2:36 a.m. So a good 40 minutes, about 30, 40 minutes before the power goes out at Keith's. That person has been lingering around. Now, if you notice, though, that figure is wearing a light colored top of some kind, whether it's a jacket or whatever. The clothes that they found in Paul's fire, the bloodstained jeans, maybe 2 pairs of jeans. We don't even know where Monica was going with these damn jeans yesterday. But anyway, jeans, a dark color gray t-shirt, and then a long black LL Bean sweater or something. Doesn't mean he didn't have another jacket, but they didn't mention anything about finding a light colored jacket. And I would think that they would, considering this this photo here. I mean, maybe the killer took it off, maybe they didn't. But that is definitely what was happening there. And he's thinking whether he can grab toilet paper and paper towels, bread and milk before Sunday. Probably. He's like, oh my gosh, I really got to leave now because I am so slow. I'm not going to be able to be done at the store until Thursday. I'm probably going to be snowed in. Paul was speaking to someone outside. Who is that? No, I don't know if he's talking to somebody or not. That is just a figure. Maybe it's Paul. Maybe it's another person. We don't know. But it's based on the now text between Paul and Keith. He said he wasn't going outside till 3:18. Like, he specifically said that. So that's very very interesting, because the cameras, the neighbor across the street from Keith, the video surveillance of the car driving past that does not pull into the driveway, but probably goes down that utility road that nobody wanted to investigate. That drives past at 2:27. And then this appears at 2:36, which, if they parked on the utility road there, driveway, whatever you want to call it, that's about probably how long it would take to walk from there to this garage door. So that adds up. Now, Keith walks outside around 3:18-ish. We'll give him a couple minutes. It's a big ass house. Who knows how close he is to like the outside door. And then Dennis calls 911 at 3:31. So within minutes, he is dead there. So the neighbor woke to two male voices. What time was that, if you know? So that's at Paul's house. This is from Keith's, this security cam footage. That's from Keith's home on Colts Neck. Paul's, they did not capture, but the two neighbors, all right, Heather Cap and Mr. Harrington, John Harrington, he just heard two loud male voices. He didn't get up out of bed to go look. Not that I blame him. I probably wouldn't either. Heather, according to her, was staring out her window like this at 4:30 in the morning because she heard these two guys who were talking excitedly. She says she saw two men dressed in black clothing, black hat, wearing dark clothing and ball caps over by Keith's house, or I'm sorry, Paul's house, one banging on the door, and then the other over by the fire, which Heather says was already going at 4:30 in the morning, because the alarms and the fire people didn't get there until, a little after 5, because she didn't call anybody for like 30 minutes. And we're all like, what are you doing, Heather? But the prosecution, they let her bring up the two men, and no one has said zippy zap about them since. And I still think that's kind of weird, to be quite honest. I also, Paul isn't in the best of shape. He's, older. We know that he has diabetes now. So I wouldn't say that he's like in the most, athletic. I think he could kill 2 adults and 2 children. Oh, like one person could, but that's a risky little game with a house that's so big. But could 2 men have been at Keith's? One shot Keith, the other went inside and killed the 3 victims. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm still wondering that too. Mostly because my brain doesn't want to believe that Paul could do such a thing to his niece and nephews. I mean, it's horrible to think that he could do that to his brother and wife as well. Like, it's horrific that anyone could do that to their family member. But the children, I don't know how you could do that to the children. I just, It's just awful. So, I mean, could explain that, but I mean, again, it can be a one-person job, I think, but two could be. I mean, the defense is pointing their finger at Corey, who we haven't heard much about. So I don't know. It could be two. It could be one. Not sure. But I have not forgotten about those two men over on Tilton Avenue, because it's weird that they were even there, that they were outside. You know, and yeah, I mean, Heather seemed credible. She didn't seem like she even like really knew them like that, what to like try to cover for them or anything. She seemed like a nosy little neighbor, which, I mean, listen, I'd be looking out my window too. Oh, well, Elbow Feet definitely would. He is a very nosy neighbor. He knows everything that's going on and gossips with the neighborhood ladies. But why stab the inside victims? A gun is quicker. Well, that's what I'm thinking too, you know, because we saw Paul's house. Paul has a shit ton of guns, magazines, ammo. How are you only going to bring, when you have all of that, of all different kinds at your house? We saw all that yesterday. And you're just going to bring one gun with only 6 or 8 bullets? When you have all of them? I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about, you know, all of that, but that just seems kind of risky, you know? And honestly, I wish, you know, he would have just, whomever would have just used a gun on all of them to be merciful and quick. So I think that's weird, right? I don't know. I don't know how, they haven't told us exactly what kind of gun they think it is. Because they showed us a bunch of guns yesterday, so we'll have to wait for ballistics for that. But again, he's not going to carry extra ammo. Why not? You know, that's what you use, whomever. Because remember, guys, he's still innocent until proven guilty. You know, why use? Because the killer shot Keith 5 times. He had already shot him in the back and then 4 times in the head, which is overkill. Why would you use 5 bullets on one person who was down, and then you know you're still dealing with 3 other potential people? That just seems not smart and wasteful of bullets if you didn't bring extra, you know. Buffy said the physical act would be hard against your really young nieces and nephews. There had to be another person. I mean, I don't know how anyone could do that, but especially that. I mean, Sophia was what, 8? Jesse was 11. So I think there very well could be another person, or it could be one person. My brain just doesn't want to. You know, we all know certain things can happen, but your brain's just like, no, please don't let that be the case. So what has been the speculated motive? Hi, Raindrops and Feathers. Did I say hi to you earlier? If I didn't, hello, babes. So the motive is that Paul, the defendant, was in charge of Keith's trust fund, where he was to make payments for his life insurance policy through the trust. We only partially understand trust. I do anyway. So, well, instead of making these payments, because it was like a $3 million life insurance payment that both the brothers would borrow from. I don't know. We kind of learned how rich people get money, kind of. And he basically, Paul wasn't paying it. He's taking loans out against it, using it for his own expenses. And he confronted him about it, including that day. So that's the money and not getting in legal trouble. Oh, come on. Get together, Llama. There we go. Like he had to kill the whole family to get the $3 million life insurance. That's by all of them, according to this.
Come on up, sir.
that him and his brother Corey were doing it. Interesting.
Okay, Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, two things I just want to clarify first. So S62, what you just read, that corresponds to the April 11th, 2018 date?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and that said from Keith Caneiro, is that right?
Correct.
Was your understanding that that was just a message from the defendant forward that was sent to Keith and then Keith forwarded it to somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, and then based upon your review of this case and phone records, is it your understanding that Mr. Caneiro's cell phone never left his house that evening at all or during that time frame?
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna show you what's marked as S63.
Oh, and Keith and Paul were in business together, and Keith was like done with working with him. He's over it. So
Detective, do you recognize that?
that was a problem.
Yes, these are the emails that are inside that Google Drive response.
Okay, could you please have S422 again? Detective, I'm going to ask you again to just demarcate maybe where the date starts and ends, so 9/13 of 18.
Oops.
I think it's possible.
And when you get to the bottom, we'll scroll down further.
Okay.
Well, those are a lot of emails.
Okay, if we can just scroll back to the top where we started 9/13/18. The next series of messages are between who on 9/13/18?
From Paul Caneiro to Keith Caneiro.
Back and forth, essentially?
Correct.
Okay, so between Keith Caneiro, and is Keith Caneiro's name
So September.
listed where his messages are?
Yes, it is.
And then whose number is 732-500-7902?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. If you could just undo that red mark. Now, is what you have in front of you, which I'm going to take back, S63, September 13th, do those correspond with all of the September 13th that we see on the screen?
Yes.
And you've read these prior to today multiple times, right?
Correct.
Detective, if you can, I'd like you to read these for us, but indicate who is speaking first before you read each one, and we'll click into them. So starting with the first, September 13th, 18.
From Keith Caneiro, did you talk to the Terminex people? From Paul Caneiro, yes, they aren't budging. From Paul Caneiro, I will explain when we talk. From Keith Caneiro, is it worth it at $850? From Keith Caneiro, yes or no, based on the business. From Paul Caneiro, I can't stay tonight, I have a dentist appointment. From Paul Caneiro, no. From Keith Caneiro, what did Weinstein say about the number? From Paul Caneiro, they are still interested. From Keith Caneiro, but they aren't budging. From Keith Caneiro, so it would be $400K each, minus the car expenses, etc. From Keith Caneiro, I'm still in. From Paul Caneiro, they want us to let them know what the numbers are like. From Keith Caneiro, what do you mean? From Paul Caneiro, at the end of the year. From Paul Caneiro, I'll call you from the car. From Keith Caneiro, what are the projections? Can't we work off that? and see what it would be like? From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Paul Caneiro, different topic. From Paul Caneiro, T-Mobile is out of stock on the V2 routers, and they found one for me at a store in Shrewsbury, and it's on hold for me. From Keith Caneiro, cool. From Keith Caneiro, I'll take the one if you need the two. I'm not picky. From Paul Caneiro, do you want me to head down that way for lunch? From Keith Caneiro, where is that exactly? From Paul Caneiro, we are getting another one. From Paul Caneiro, when they are in stock. From Paul Caneiro, I can't wait. From Keith Caneiro, is that the mall? From Paul Caneiro, no. From Paul Caneiro, by the Grove. From Keith Caneiro, I guess we can meet there. Albereno, I bought lunch last time at Chinese, so I'm not buying shit today. Bring dollar signs.
From Keith.
I'm sorry, from Keith Caneiro, bring dollar signs. From Paul Caneiro, we can get it after lunch. From Paul Caneiro, let's meet at your house. From Keith Caneiro, okay, let's meet here. From Paul Caneiro, I don't have a lot of money.
We know, Paul.
From Keith Caneiro, me neither. From Keith Caneiro, Doug is giving you cash. We can split lunch. From Keith Caneiro, what did Weinstein say about the $850K? From Keith Caneiro, so they are basically giving us one-time revenue. From Keith Caneiro, or a bit above that. From Paul Caneiro, he thought it was good, but we could get more next year. From Paul Caneiro, I'm packing up now. From Keith Caneiro, time/money calculation. From Keith Caneiro, I'm curious to see what the numbers would be at the run rate and if it is worth going in that direction. From Paul Caneiro, yes, the growth of the business. From Keith Caneiro, IDK, abbreviation for I don't know. From Keith Caneiro, I would have to see the projected. From Keith Caneiro, so we ended up giving them wrong numbers at first based on Pest Pack. From Paul Caneiro, because Pest Pack runs 2 reports with the same name with different options. From Keith Caneiro, so the net result was that we give them inaccurate information, and that is why the number didn't jump up after the first offer. From Paul Caneiro, the number went up 100K. From Keith Caneiro, from 750 to 850. From Paul Caneiro, yes. From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, have them put their offer in writing to me so I can see what the TCs are. From Paul Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, let's see what it is. From Keith Caneiro, so EchoStar owes Square One money. We could take in the money, say 800K, and pay back Square One the money owed from the past, and then export it out to the loans to officers. I have 150K from last year, which could reduce the tax burden. From Keith Caneiro, did you talk to Weinstein about that? From Paul Caneiro, yes. From Keith Caneiro, what did he say? Do we have a list of the money owed between companies that I can look at? From Paul Caneiro, your loan to officer is being reduced on the square one side. From Keith Caneiro, I get that. I'm curious as to what EchoStar owes to Square One for salaries, etc. From Paul Caneiro, I will ask Tiffany. From Keith Caneiro, I want to push that money through to that to reduce it as a taxable capital gain. From Keith Caneiro, don't ask Tiffany, I'll ask Weinstein. From Keith Caneiro, these are numbers we should have because it can really frame how we do a deal like this. From Keith Caneiro, the company, EchoStar, wasn't paying its fair share of the rent, resources that it was directly using, etc. From Paul Caneiro, we don't have to. From Paul Caneiro, all of the proceeds will be to pay back loans to officers. From Paul Caneiro, no tax.
They both seem to live outside.
From Keith Caneiro, so we have loans to officers on that side of the company already documented?
Paul was not good with money, though.
From Paul Caneiro, yes. From Keith Caneiro, okay, I want to see that. From Keith Caneiro, for EchoStar. From Keith Caneiro, get something in writing from Terminex. From Paul Caneiro, I spoke to Steve and he said that was very easy. From Paul Caneiro, I already asked them. From Keith Caneiro, what was very easy, the documentation that we have or creating the documentation now. From Keith Caneiro, we should have had documentation all along. From Paul Caneiro, we have whatever documentation we want. From Paul Caneiro, we are not a public company. From Paul Caneiro, and the buy-in was sweat equity, excuse me. From Keith Caneiro, gotcha. From Paul Caneiro, YTD 402.2K. From Paul Caneiro, last year, same time. From Paul Caneiro, time. From Keith Caneiro, I just want documentation to stand up to any light that is shown on this transaction. I don't want assurances that this is the proper way and that we have complete documentation to show otherwise.
Hi, Daria.
From Keith Caneiro, what is the number 402.2K? From Paul Caneiro, 397.3. From Keith Caneiro, revenue, loans to officers, etc. From Keith Caneiro, I don't know what that is. From Paul Caneiro, revenue. From Keith Caneiro, so they are two-time revenue? I thought you said we were higher, 500 going to 800K. From Keith Caneiro, so we're basically flat in revenue? From Keith Caneiro, make the deal. From Paul Caneiro, no, we can wait a quarter and see how much more we can get.
They were not offered.
From Keith Caneiro, I'm not interested in waiting. From Paul Caneiro, that is a YTD. From Paul Caneiro, 2018. From Paul Caneiro versus 2017.
They haven't said how.
From Paul Caneiro, the rolling 12 months is this. From Keith Caneiro, you can project it. From Keith Caneiro, it's not going to be much better, and waiting isn't something that makes sense. Money today is worth more than money tomorrow. From Keith Caneiro, and we are within 5K of last year. We can look at last year's numbers, YTD number, and add 5K. From Paul Caneiro, past 2 years revenue, 17 and 18, YTD, 936.7K. From Paul Caneiro, prior full 2 years, 16 and 17, 813.4K. From Keith Caneiro, like I said, add 5K to the current run rate, and we're exactly where we should be. From Keith Caneiro, let's walk on this shit, take the money, pay down your situation, and get back to normal baseline. From Paul Caneiro, I don't understand. From Keith Caneiro, I'll take the money, put it into my 401k, and move forward. From Paul Caneiro, we are 5K more than last year. From Paul Caneiro, you can't put it in the 401k. From Keith Caneiro, okay, I see it. From Paul Caneiro, there is a max per year.
Yes, it's still.
From Paul Caneiro, and you are hitting it. From Keith Caneiro, what do you mean? I have to pay back the loans? I can get a shit ton of it here. I'm sorry, there. From Keith Caneiro, then I'll pay down my loan to my insurance policy. From Keith Caneiro, and I'll put it into the kids 529. From Keith Caneiro, but I have to plan for the future. From Paul Caneiro, rolling 12 months. From Paul Caneiro, August 31st, 2017 to September 1st, 2018, 583.6K. From Paul Caneiro, August 31, 2016 to September 1st, 2017, 552.1. From Keith Caneiro, this isn't what they are looking at. From Keith Caneiro, they are looking YTD estimate. From Paul Caneiro, yes it is. From Paul Caneiro, no. From Keith Caneiro, what is the J-D YTD number? From Paul Caneiro, rolling 12 months. From Keith Caneiro, so why isn't the number higher than 850K? From Paul Caneiro, for 2017. From Keith Caneiro, give me 2017 final number and a 2018 estimate number based on the run rate, not the 2016 through 17 rolling number. From Keith Caneiro, give me a solid 2017 and an estimate 2018. From Keith Caneiro, what is EBITDA number for the trailing 12 months? From Keith Caneiro, I see what you're selling. Excuse me. I see who are saying LTN. From Paul Caneiro, 586.3K. From Keith Caneiro, so we are like 1.2 times revenue, which isn't terrible. From Keith Caneiro, look, 1 hour and 5 minutes in. From Paul Caneiro, that is only money collected. From Paul Caneiro, do you want me to see what was billed? From Keith Caneiro, so it is 850 plus the receivables. From Keith Caneiro, Doug is here. From Keith Caneiro, you on your way. From Paul Caneiro, that was a number they are most interested in. From Keith Caneiro, Yes, send me what you sent them and I'll read it over. From Paul Caneiro, I am sending it. From Keith Caneiro, Doug is here. From Paul Caneiro, this is a number from June 31 of 17 to July 1 of 18, $626,785.05. From Keith Caneiro, so they are at 1.2 times roughly. From Paul Caneiro, we are almost done with another quarter. From Paul Caneiro, 1.4. From Keith Caneiro, 1.4 isn't bad if you watch that video I sent you. From Paul Caneiro, it was 1.2. From Paul Caneiro, at the end of the quarter, we should be higher. From Paul Caneiro, closer to 700K. From Paul Caneiro, I'm leaving now. From Keith Caneiro, okay.
Was that the extent of the on screen of the messages from 9/13/18?
Yes, it is.
Actually, we're going to show you what's been marked as S64. Do you recognize these?
Same.
Yes,
same.
these are the emails that correspond.
No, they own two
to what we have.
companies together. So
Okay,
all
just
this talk
specifically
has
what
been
date
trying
on
to
the
sell.
9/17/2018.
Paul does not want to sell it.
And I hate to
He
make you
does,
read more,
'cause he's
but
like, I don't
you
want to
can
be in
ask
business with him no more.
Starting at the first
So that's what all they're
9/17/18 email, the same way that you did with the two in the front.
From Keith Caneiro, I need to know where we are at with this ASAP. From Paul Caneiro, I made the offer and I am waiting on a callback. I'll follow up with him later. I can't talk on the phone. From Keith Caneiro, what about the other people who you said were good? From Keith Caneiro, we're actually putting the 300 AD out. I'm concerned here. From Paul Caneiro, I reached out and nothing yet. I'll post the ad today. It's ready to go. From Keith Caneiro, so you spoke to the guy and made him an offer? When? From Keith Caneiro, when did he say he would get back to you? From Keith Caneiro, she is questioning the utility of the third person, exactly what I was trying to get ahead of. From Paul Caneiro, over the weekend. Today, he's getting back to me. From Paul Caneiro, I have to go back inside. I'll talk to you later on my break. From Keith Caneiro, break? From Keith Caneiro, what the fuck are you doing? From Keith Caneiro, this is total bullshit. You have time to email me when you need money for your insurance, but you don't have time to follow up with me. I'm fucking dealing with an issue that affects our only large client. From Keith Caneiro, don't put your insurance on my fucking card. I'll find my own fucking employee and put my own fucking advertisement out. From Keith Caneiro, I'm done with chasing you down your fucking schedule. From Keith Caneiro, so fuck off with this shit already.
And remember, Keith
From
does not
Keith
need
Caneiro,
Paul, but Paul needs.
100 fucking emails and conversations, and you can't follow up properly on any of them. From Keith Caneiro, where the fuck is my one-page explanation from the 401k fiasco that I asked you for months ago? From Paul Caneiro, I'm at the doctor's for my back in Philly. I told you yesterday I wasn't going to be around. I'll call you shortly. I've called all the people that were good and made an offer to Joshua Scott. He's getting back to me today. I'll follow up and find out if he wants the job. If not, I'll reactivate the ad. I didn't want to spend the $300 if we didn't need to. I called Joshua from my mobile and then asked the office to follow up with him, but he wasn't around, on vacation abroad, and called me back on Friday. I made the offer and he told me he would get back to me on Monday. The ad is ready to go if he doesn't accept. From Keith Caneiro. So you risked all our business for $300? Are you fucking kidding me? From Keith Caneiro. Don't call me. From Paul Caneiro. I called a bunch of people from the previous bunch. From Paul Caneiro. Okay. From Paul Caneiro. I'll post the ad now. From Paul Caneiro. Post it. From Paul Caneiro. I'll let you know what comes in. From Paul Caneiro. From the previous bunch, no response, where they took other positions. From Paul Caneiro. Both ads are posted, and I will let you know what I get. From Keith Caneiro. Question. Regarding the insurance payment, why can't we put it monthly? Why do I need to put the $5K on the credit card? From Paul Caneiro. Because it's late and I don't have the cash right now. I have to pay for Katie's emissions, and I was not expecting that. From Keith Caneiro. This is what he told me. From Keith Caneiro. Because it's late and I don't have the cash right now. I had to pay for Katie's emissions, and I was not expecting that. From Keith Caneiro. Can we do the monthly payment instead? From Paul Caneiro. Yes, but this needs to be paid in full. From Keith Caneiro. Because it is late? Why because it is late? From Paul Caneiro. Because it's past due. From Keith Caneiro. Who is the agent? From Paul Caneiro. Allstate. From Keith Caneiro. How late is it? From Paul Caneiro. I sent Tiffany the info. From Paul Caneiro. I got a cancellation notice. From Paul Caneiro. Either yes or no, I am still in the clinic. From Keith Caneiro. Hold. From Keith Caneiro. Hey, send me the cancellation notice for Paul's insurance via email ASAP. From Keith Caneiro. Did you send her the cancellation notice? From Keith Caneiro. How does it normally get paid? Does he pay it himself? From Keith Caneiro. I just noticed that I paid your entire thing last year, remember? From Keith Caneiro. Last year. Paul, put it on Amex. From Paul Caneiro. 6 months. From Keith Caneiro. I paid 6 months. From Keith Caneiro. Last year. From Paul Caneiro. I'm asking for a loan. From Keith Caneiro. You took money last year for insurance. From Paul Caneiro. I went to pay it and the check bounced. From Paul Caneiro. I'm late and received a cancellation notice. From Paul Caneiro. Is that a no? From Keith Caneiro. I'm working it now. From Keith Caneiro. I'll let you know in a few. Trying to figure something out with Allstate so I don't have to do the entire amount. From Paul Caneiro. We lose the discount. I'm going to give you the money back by the end of the month. From Paul Caneiro. As soon as my check arrives. From Paul Caneiro. Where I get the $10K from you. From Paul Caneiro. I usually get my check on the 27th. From Keith Caneiro. How much did I give you for the insurance last year when you charged it? From Paul Caneiro. I will have to look. I don't have that information with me. From Keith Caneiro. I'm taking that off the $10K. From Keith Caneiro, I'll pay this and we are done. I don't owe you 10K. From Keith Caneiro, you okay with that? From Paul Caneiro, no. From Keith Caneiro, then no. From Keith Caneiro, you didn't pay me back for that money. From Paul Caneiro, why would I not get paid for the rest of the 10K? From Keith Caneiro, Paul equals 5K plus 5K equals 10K. From Paul Caneiro, because the company was paying it. From Keith Caneiro, I'm the company. From Keith Caneiro, the company wasn't paying your 5K from last year. You put that on the credit card at the last minute. From Paul Caneiro, and I get 10% of the business. From Keith Caneiro, keep the fucking 10%. From Keith Caneiro, but I'm done paying you anything for a salary. From Keith Caneiro, you are on your own. From Paul Caneiro, okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
From Keith Caneiro, that's your W-2 since 2011. We are done at this point. From Keith Caneiro, I'm not going to do this dance with you. From Keith Caneiro, so you are okay with me paying the 5K in a business because it is business, quote unquote? From Keith Caneiro, when I look at it, that I could have spent that 5K on something other than your insurance. From Paul Caneiro, and I worked up until the end of 2012. From Keith Caneiro, you aren't entitled to anything. You should have just been happy that I was trying to help you out since your accident. From Keith Caneiro, so? From Paul Caneiro, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
From Paul Caneiro, I'm sorry I asked. From Keith Caneiro, so do you want me to pay the 5K today and add it to the 5K that I quote unquote owe you? From Paul Caneiro, nothing else is needed to say. From Keith Caneiro, where you want to play fucking games. From Keith Caneiro, okay, I won't pay it. From Paul Caneiro, no, I said I'll pay you the money back for this. From Paul Caneiro, I would have had it if I didn't have to pay for her school applications. From Paul Caneiro, so I'm asking you for a loan. From Keith Caneiro, you owe me 5K from last year. I'm taking it off the 10K. From Paul Caneiro, that's all. From Keith Caneiro, so I owe you 5K. From Paul Caneiro, how is that? From Keith Caneiro, I made a $700 payment to keep your insurance in play for now. From Keith Caneiro, Ed is going to call Tiffany tomorrow. From Paul Caneiro, the company paid for it and got deductions for it. From Keith Caneiro, deduction? From Keith Caneiro, are you out of your fucking mind? Do you know the difference between a deduction and a tax credit? From Keith Caneiro, a deduction is 30% that amount. From Keith Caneiro, I don't get 5K off my taxes. I get 0.30% of that number off our taxes. From Keith Caneiro, whatever, Paul. From Paul Caneiro, I understand that. From Paul Caneiro, and I am paying plenty of taxes for the company. From Keith Caneiro, you are paying your taxes based on your ownership. From Keith Caneiro, Paul, we are done. I'm not paying you moving forward. You have to find a way on your own. From Paul Caneiro, I said, okay. From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Paul Caneiro, I want my 10% of the profits and or money you took from the business. All of your quote unquote cash payouts reduce the profits. From Keith Caneiro, fuck off. From Paul Caneiro, ask Steve if you don't believe me. From Paul Caneiro, he will tell you. From Keith Caneiro, Paul, we are done. I'm going to stop paying you this week. From Paul Caneiro, okay, I said that was fine. From Keith Caneiro, you don't get to strong arm me. From Keith Caneiro, I'm going to put that money towards paying down the fucking debt. From Keith Caneiro, and I just put $150K into the business. Your kids are done with college. I need to start saving for my kids' education. From Keith Caneiro, I can't do it by putting $150K into the business, never to see that again. From Paul Caneiro, I'm not. I'm just telling you that you don't take other factors into consideration. From Keith Caneiro, I'm taking it all into consideration, trust me. From Paul Caneiro, you're getting paid back for every cent. From Paul Caneiro, ask Steve. From Keith Caneiro, I'm not asking Steve shit.
Oh, ask Steve. I thought it said ask.
From Paul Caneiro, the entire 401k loan is paid back to you as an expense each pay period. From Keith Caneiro, and if you would have just been mindful about how difficult my situation is, or even thought once how I did for you, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. From Keith Caneiro, I'm paying taxes on it. From Keith Caneiro, it was a loan on the books. From Paul Caneiro, no, you are not. From Keith Caneiro, whatever, Paul, don't threaten me. You wouldn't like where that goes.
Whatever, Paul.
From Keith Caneiro, trust me. From Paul Caneiro, and the payback is not taxable. From Keith Caneiro, I put Susan on the books. I match your taxes for your kids. You give yourself a giant raise in 2013. Our employees didn't get raises for years while we were losing customers. From Keith Caneiro, then you quote unquote helped me by never helping me, making me fucking crazy, undermining me with the people. From Paul Caneiro, she was doing that for the first few payments and changed it to a reimbursement against loan from officer. From Paul Caneiro, like who? From Keith Caneiro, we are done. You want me to be the villain? I'm the fucking bad guy. From Keith Caneiro, every single thing I've asked you for, hundreds of emails, did you ever get me the 401k one-pager? From Paul Caneiro, I'm not saying anything about you. From Paul Caneiro, I am just pointing out things which you may not have considered. From Keith Caneiro, saying you don't have to say shit, you just have to ignore every single thing that I quote-unquote asked you to do. From Keith Caneiro, I have considered it all. From Keith Caneiro, if we can get $850 for EchoStar versus 1M at the end of the year, I'll wait. Otherwise, let's sell. From Keith Caneiro, I want to put the money off the table before some other screw up, taxes, 401k, etc. Cost me another $100K. From Keith Caneiro, like when Tiffany forgot to pay my taxes properly, cost me $150K tax lien on my house.
Ooh, Tiffany.
From Keith Caneiro, I'm done. I want out. If I could get a decent job in the marketplace, I would just fucking walk.
And that's what he was doing.
From Keith Caneiro, you will get your percentage as a bonus at the end of the year. From Paul Caneiro, as for the paper, I've been focusing on getting the transition from creative planning to paychecks with almost zero cost. I made creative planning eat all of their costs. From Keith Caneiro. They're lucky I don't get a fucking lawyer and sue them. From Keith Caneiro for their general incompetence. From Keith Caneiro. They should have checked those numbers from day one and audited them over time to ensure that they were correct. From Keith Caneiro. That's called assurance, something they don't even fucking understand. From Keith Caneiro. Would have been really helpful for me to have a one-page document so I could figure out where things really fell apart. Apparently you don't think it was necessary after I asked you 20 times. From Paul Caneiro, that's up to you. The damages won't be substantial considering that we didn't pay any penalties, just timing of the payments to the employees' accounts. I agree with you on that, but Paycheck was the one who dropped the ball with the adjustment. From Keith Caneiro, yes, they dropped the ball. It wasn't creative.
Hi, Lainey.
Who didn't figure out that the money they were getting wasn't correct until 2 years later? From Keith Caneiro, but Paychecks is at fault. From Keith Caneiro, and the damages, I had to take $150K out of my 401K. I paid fucking bonus based on wrong numbers. From Keith Caneiro, I'm done. This is water under the bridge. From Paul Caneiro, I've been working on other things like interviewing for both companies, managing EchoStar and accelerating the collections process, dealing with clients and heading out on proposals.
Sounds like it, Paul.
From Keith Caneiro, you are my brother. I'll help you as best I can, but I'm not doing this. From Keith Caneiro, as far as square one, you were getting paid for the work that you did, interviewing and all that. From Keith Caneiro, EchoStar, it's 50% yours, so it is not going to pay off when we sell.
Just to clarify, it says, so that is going to pay off when we sell, right?
I'm sorry. If you go back to it, I'll clarify. EchoStar, it's 50% yours, so that is going to pay off when we sell. From Paul Caneiro, thank you for helping me out with the $700. I appreciate it. From Keith Caneiro, it's not the $700, Paul, it's the rest of it. From Paul Caneiro, agreed. From Paul Caneiro, agreed. From Keith Caneiro, you never even offered to pay me back the $5K from last year's insurance bullshit. But because it was from the company, but the $10K that you let me years and years ago, that is something I should dig into my pocket for now. From Paul Caneiro, not $150K. From Keith Caneiro, this is just total bullshit. Like I didn't give you the $10K back over and over again. From Paul Caneiro, it was $80K. From Keith Caneiro, so leave me the fuck alone.
Ballsy.
From Keith Caneiro, $80K? I don't even know what you're talking about, and I don't give a shit. From Keith Caneiro, $80K out of mine, the rest of Jennifer's. From Keith Caneiro, so yeah, I don't really care, and it isn't your concern at this point. From Paul Caneiro, I never hassled you over the money. From Keith Caneiro, $80K for the 401K problem, the rest removing debt, but yes, $80K. It is what I want to do at age 50, remove money from my savings to fund the business. From Paul Caneiro, okay.
Okay, thanks.
From Keith Caneiro, nope, you never hassled me because I thought I gave you the 10K. From Paul Caneiro, and all the interest went back to your account. From Keith Caneiro, but apparently the money that I gave you over the past few years doesn't compare with the 10K that I owed you from 2011 when I couldn't make ends meet. When I was at graduation in 2014. You know what I remember? From Paul Caneiro, it's not like it was just quote unquote lost. From Keith Caneiro, my fucking wife not being able to buy fucking coffee at Starbucks. She sat outside with all of her credit cards expired. From Keith Caneiro, and waited for the ceremony to end. From Keith Caneiro, but yeah, you made almost $350K that year. From Paul Caneiro, all the interest collected on the loan is yours and goes back to you. From Keith Caneiro, and I have my credit destroyed, tax liens, debt, and not even the ability to get a coffee. From Keith Caneiro, I know that, Paul. That is, if Square One is a going concern, if it isn't, if I lose my only big client, we are done. From Paul Caneiro, and what about all the times that I went without to make sure you had money? From Keith Caneiro, then what? The money comes from where? From Keith Caneiro, we helped each other out. This is what brothers do. From Keith Caneiro, I can't help you anymore. From Keith Caneiro, I need to start thinking about paying for my kids' college. From Paul Caneiro, and I didn't complain, and I'm not starting now. From Keith Caneiro, I'm putting away money for retirement. I don't have insurance policies to pay me if I don't work. From Keith Caneiro, you have that, so figure out a way to restructure things to live within that. I'll do what I need to do to ensure that my kids will be able to afford college without giving them loans, which is exactly what you did. From Paul Caneiro.
Right there for a second. Can we go to the next one? Okay, go ahead.
From Keith Caneiro. So I just want the same for my family. From Keith Caneiro. Okay, nothing I can do there. From Keith Caneiro. Because that money is something that I can use to pay for my kids' college and towards my retirement. From Keith Caneiro. At this point. From Paul Caneiro. I know that and don't expect anything less. From Keith Caneiro, and I'm sorry that you had an accident, and I have supported you in as many ways as possible, but I can't do it anymore, and we have to move forward. From Paul Caneiro, and I get it. From Keith Caneiro, so let's take the EchoStar cash and move forward. From Paul Caneiro, thanks, end of discussion.
Okay, thanks.
From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Paul Caneiro, I'll think about it.
Is that the extent of September 17th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Well, that was
Last
just
and
one
it's much
day.
shorter. I'm showing you what's been marked as S65. Detective, what is this?
Appears to be the emails from the Google Drive on 11/5 of 2018.
Thank you. Please go to
November
the first one, 11/5/18. And this corresponds with S65.
From Keith Caneiro, hey, can you check with Block to see where he is at with that information? I want to start reviewing it before the
Emailing
meeting.
each other, yes.
From Keith Caneiro, I also want to see if we can do something to get cash for EchoStar. From Keith Caneiro, in case Duke doesn't renew. From Paul Caneiro, okay. From Paul Caneiro, how are you feeling? From Keith Caneiro, tired. From Paul Caneiro, rest. We can talk tomorrow. From Keith Caneiro, I'm thinking that if shit really goes sideways, I cash out my 401k and insurance and get rid of my mortgage. From Keith Caneiro, even if I lose money doing that. From Paul Caneiro, relax. From Paul Caneiro, please. From Keith Caneiro, that's me relaxing. I'm planning ahead just in case. From Keith Caneiro, I have OCD. I can't help it. From Paul Caneiro, go to sleep. From Paul Caneiro, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm almost asleep. From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, let's see if we can a call going with the people interested in Echo Star tomorrow. Even if it is 900, I would do it. From Paul Caneiro, fucking relax. From Paul Caneiro, go to sleep. From Paul Caneiro, we don't need to do this tomorrow. From Paul Caneiro, we don't know what the future is. From Paul Caneiro, really relax. From Paul Caneiro, we can talk tomorrow. From Keith Caneiro, I know what the future is. They're going to cut 2 people. I'm going to have to kill the new guy that we just hired, okay?
Is that the extent of the conversations on 11/5/18?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further.
You have nothing further? That's all we're going to hear about from this guy? Oh.
I see the counsel at sidebar, please.
That's all we're going to go over in the 500,000 pages they have? No, this doesn't look great for Paul. Keith obviously is very pissed, as he would and should be. So for those of you that may not remember, or maybe you didn't catch the first few days, so Paul and Keith were in business together. Their first company, Square One, that's what it was. Keith, 90% owner, Paul, 10%. All right. His salary, which was given to his wife because of his disability, was $225,000 a year. Okay. $225,000 a year, but he's still a broke bitch. And then the 2 brothers then went 50-50 into a pest control company. And that's the company they were talking about selling for $850,000. And we heard about that from the company's CPA, who he also said we should wait. They might get a better offer to buy the pest control company. So Paul obviously did not want to sell it because once Keith is gone, Paul dries up. Okay. But also the CPA was also saying we should wait for a better offer. Guess what? They didn't get a better offer. As a matter of fact, they were then offered $750,000 less money. So that's what they were talking about for the company. Their main company, Square One, was losing their biggest client, 90% of the revenue, which was $1.3 million. The week that Keith died, or right before that, they had sent a proposal contract to the nonprofit, and they weren't going to be picking up their contract offer. So Square One was also going to be going out the door. Now, Keith had already worked on getting his master's. He was trying to find jobs out in the market. He wanted to be done with these businesses with Paul. And that's why, Keith was like, I'm looking out at the marketplace. Keith seems more realistic with money than Paul. Paul literally has like nothing for somehow because he got that money. He got freaking a ridiculous amount in disability. Drives around in Porsches, and he's saying, "Oh, I don't got money for college admissions. I don't have money to pay my insurance." That's your problem, Paul, not your brother's. So that's what a lot of those arguments were about, what they were covering in those. We also learned that Paul and his wife had already talked about divorce back in April. And he very clearly knows since at least September that Keith wants to cut all ties. So it's not like it was sprung up on Paul. However, if he was going to be going through a divorce, getting cut off financially from his businesses with Keith, because Keith was the primary moneymaker, that's not great for Paul in his mental state, probably. Is that motive enough to kill his brother and his whole family so he inherits $1.3 million plus all of Keith's stuff from selling the businesses? Maybe so. Maybe so. But as what I took from those conversations was a lot of Paul being like, oh, I don't know. Just playing games with Keith instead of being super straightforward. So I imagine they were done through email. So Keith had the evidence of those conversations, but not great. Not great. It sounds like a friend of yours. Oh, that's funny. All day it's just going to be like, you guys can just be like, and from Keith Caneiro, from Paul Caneiro. Okay, thanks. That's what he said to him a lot. Like, what? Oh, sir. Ranger, I just like his color choices.
I ask you to retire into the, should I just say retire and leave it there? Or me retire? No, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I got to deal with the legal issue here, and I don't want you to have to sit out here while I'm doing that. So go take a break, and we'll come back as soon as we can. Thank you so much. Hopefully it's 11:45, no later.
Oh, we might actually get to hear this, but maybe not. Is Ponytail's ponytail longer than the last 2 days? Did it grow overnight? Do you think the ponytail holds his power of boredom? I think so. Judge, I feel you, buddy. Me too. Me too, sir. Now remember, we got Monica coming up, so that's going to be... She's either going to be
15 minutes
reasonable or... Does it seem like a legal issue to you? It doesn't to me. Okay, well, fine. It's fine. We'll hang out for 15 minutes. Excuse me. He isn't good with choices. At least it isn't the sweater vest. Yesterday was not great. It's not great. Extensions. Tomorrow will be a Princess Leia look. Oh my gosh, maybe. Oh, geez. He's something. Oh, I'm so glad. So happy he's not doing cross of this guy. That would be awful. So what did you guys think of the messages? I mean, we already knew that Keith was really pissed off. I don't think we learned anything new, but we just got to see more of Keith's communications to Paul about things. Like, it checks out with a lot of what the CPA said, the business account person. But it sounds like their shit was a mess, a very, very big mess. So, listen, Paul is very irresponsible with money. Don't forget, he was also paying for his secret lady friend's apartment in Audi and her kids' college admissions, along with his own daughter's college admissions. And they had, 3 Porsches and, a $17,000. Oh, wait, I did save his expenses. He had like a $17,000 Tiffany's expense. Is that one? No. Oh, here it is. It's kind of hard to see, but you can come down and you can go up. Oh, that's just me. Oop. There we go. I know it's very hard for you guys to probably see this, but in 2017, the year before the murder, his expenses were $400,000 a year. And it was all debt, all of it. Like his American Express business card, $143,000, and he had 3 of them when he was arrested, by the way, along with all of these other, bank accounts, his insurance from Chubb and Son. And then he's just sitting here talking to Keith the way he is. And it's like, sir, oh, I'm sorry. You might have to, I don't know, knock it down a notch. I don't know. Because their house, he was still paying his mortgage, which was only about $33,000 a year or something like that. I wonder if they had a second mortgage on it. I don't know. But it's like, just take some of your shit off. The Porsche lease, more than his house payment. Okay. Maybe you don't need a Porsche, Paul. Tons and tons of debts. There's his utilities, which are, I don't know how they are. Then there's educational, the Discover card, that was for the student loan stuff. His one daughter, I think Riverdale Community College was for one of his daughters, not his lady friends. But the Woodshire Apartments, that was his mistress's apartment, but that's only 2 months rent, we found out. But he was paying for her Audi payments, which, did your mistress need to be driving an Audi? And as you can see, in 2017, he paid the last line. I know it's very hard for you guys to see. Is payments to Canada Life Insurance Company. That was Keith's insurance, life insurance, right? That Paul was responsible to pay the payments on through the trust. In 2017, Paul paid $19,000 for the Caneiro trust. I think he borrowed against it, and that's why he would pay. I'm not sure. But in 2018, by November 2018, he hadn't paid shit at all. And as you see, he was just talking about like borrowing money and stuff. Your hat? Yeah. So, kind of tired of Paul being like, I don't have the money, Keith. You know what you could have done, Paul? You could have sold a bunch of those fucking guns you have. All right? Because you had a lot. Maybe you didn't need to spend all your money on guns and ammos and Porsches and trips to Colombia and Vegas that you went on with your lady friend. Maybe. Sounds like a you problem, not a Keith problem. But if you weren't around for all the financial stuff where you fell asleep and napped for 5 days, which if you did, good for you. I don't blame you. It was a rough first week. That's basically the whole nutshell of Paul's financial situation. And they're saying that is his motive for murder, which is a reasonable conclusion to come to for a motive, because we are talking about a lot of money. And Paul didn't have really anything going on for him to fall back on if Keith left the companies. I mean, that's just, true. But he was still getting his disability payments. I forget what they totaled to, but they were, because he had private disability insurance, and then, government disability. I don't know. It was still like what, $100,000 or $200,000 a year. It's crazy. This guy had tons of money. All right. He just was not good with it. And then if his wife is wanting a divorce back in April, that's going to be expensive for Paul. And, divorces, boy, do they open up doors you don't want them opening, especially financial ones. So I do think that there is a good motive there. Not good reason to kill somebody. That's what I mean. I mean, the state, that's what they're saying the motive was. And, yeah, it was a very expensive lifestyle, living outside of your means and on debt. Kumar, yeah, he had as I learned, a go-to girl. A good morning, Terry. And is it cold there, Terry? Right? You didn't need to be making Porsche payments. Who do you think you are, Paul? So Paul's life, though, was in a crisis zone. And remember, he had his go bag in one Porsche, the Cayenne. That's not the murder Porsche. It was the other one that had, a bunch more credit cards, including 3 American Express and passport and Colombian money, Canadian money. Paul was not in a good position. It's not looking great for Paul after yesterday. I'll say, I don't know if this testimony has really made it more solidified. As I said, we just got to hear more of Keith's point of view or a look into how Keith was feeling. And that just really solidified what the CPA said earlier in the trial. So doesn't everyone have a go bag? No. I mean, what am I going to put in there? I don't know. He also had an infrared camera. I mean, there was some very suspicious things though in this go bag. Now I've been talking a little bit about today, and that is, did Paul do this by himself? Did he do it with another person? Because we have those two mystery men that the neighbors saw at 4:30 after the murders, but before his house fire. Did Paul hire somebody to do this? Which honestly is not out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, listen, that sounds like, oh, people hired a contract hit. Yeah. Freaking the Adelsons did it. Like it's not that uncommon. Could Paul have done that? Sure. Have somebody else do it so you're not there. They haven't mentioned anything. Now, see, the state can't go and be like, well, we think there might have been another person, because the state's theory is that Paul did all of this by himself, all of it. So they're not going to be like, well, it could be like, they want you to vote guilty that Paul did this for money all by himself. But I don't know. Well, Terry, though, it's not the kind of go bag you think it is, babe. Okay, it's not. Would you put a barrel of a gun in there with no gun, just the barrel, and a suppressor in that go bag too, with an infrared light and your passport and keys, also keys to your girlfriend's car? I don't think it's not the same kind of go bag we're talking about. So it was not a great look for Paul. You just need your wallet, your water, and your Star Wars PJs. I love that. Raindrops meets her cats. Yeah, I don't know. And we know that he was injured in a car accident. To the severity of how that affects Paul's life, they haven't really said. Some of you said he does walk with a cane. I mean, depending on his issues with his back and like his movement, that also has made me question, would he have physically been able to do what he's accused of doing? Could you chase a grown woman and chase two children? And, how many stab wounds total? Probably around 50 stab wounds in a large house. I don't know. We don't know about that. So we'll see. I'll say between yesterday and today, feels like we're making some headway in this trial, though. So that's nice. I can't believe the state's done talking to this guy already. That's crazy. Did Paul talk to anybody else? Are we only going to see his conversations with Keith? You can't tell me that Keith didn't message a bunch of people about this. I don't know. I have problems. Oh, sorry. My nose itches. You need donuts? Ooh, donuts. Pilula says, Corey got a few million in the business. I'm wondering if he sold the business. Well, I mean, that's where Corey comes in, right? We don't really know much about Corey yet in the trial. That's who the defense is saying did all of this. They're like, you're looking at the wrong brother. It's Corey. So there's three brothers. There's Paul is the oldest one. Then Keith, who's just like a year younger than Paul. All right. And then Corey, who is quite a few years younger. Corey was not part of the businesses with Paul and Keith. He was doing, I don't know what he did for work, but he was not in business with the two of them. They did mention that there was a point in time where Corey was living in Keith's basement for a while. Didn't really say why, but he was. And if with the life insurance policy specifically and the trust, the order of deceased, if Keith dies, then Jennifer gets the life insurance and the trust, business stuff. If Keith and Jennifer die, then Jesse, the 11-year-old boy, is the next person who gets all that stuff. If the three of them die, then it's little Sophia, 8-year-old Sophia, who would get all of that. If the whole family's wiped out, then Paul and his brother Corey get it all. So, because if any of those people were still alive, they don't get anything. Now, Paul, though, could still run the trust after the fact. So, would it be in Paul's best interest then to kill the children? Because as we learned yesterday, it's not easy to take a trustee off of a trust, apparently. All the benefactors have to agree on it. It's a whole thing. I only understand about 30% of the trust talk. But would he have actually been better off if the kids were just beneficiaries? I mean, maybe. Now, Jennifer's father, Velasquez, he has already started a civil lawsuit against Paul through Sophia's estate, because she was the last of the family to die. So in theory, she's kind of the only one that they could file the wrongful death on, and her estate. So the grandfather is trying to sue Paul for all of that. So they haven't really said much about Corey showed up at Paul's after the fire. I think they said around 11 or something, gave Paul some money. And then they did say that the brothers, Corey, after Paul and his family went to the police station, Corey took him and his family. I don't know what his family situation is, but anyway, Corey took off to go to Pennsylvania because this idea happened where no one was sure if the brothers were being targeted, because they had found out about Paul and then they found out about Keith, and they were like, oh shit. So Corey went to Pennsylvania, which is not that far. I looked at the map. That's not that weird. But went there and was staying in the cabin or something, because one of the officers went to interview and talk with him, but they didn't say very much. So so I don't know. I don't think it's very clear cut yet in the story, but who was it? I think it was it IG or Pila? Somebody was talking, this picture we were talking about. That's not the right one. Nope, this one. There we go. Nope. They have not said how tall that garage door is. At least I don't recall them saying how tall it is, because I've been wondering as well, how tall is that person actually in the window? Paul is 5'11", 230 pounds when he was arrested. So, we're back. There we go. Okay. Check it real quick.
Pass along.
Good morning, Detective. Good morning. So I want to take a step back and just start with extractions, generally speaking. I think you had testified on direct that you performed many extractions.
Yes.
And you explained how you extract the information from the phone and use certain programs to basically parse out that data.
Correct.
I just want to make it clear for us what exactly that means. So correct me if I'm wrong, but when you take a phone and you extract the information from it, essentially what you're doing is you are plugging the phone into like a program, and that program basically takes like a mirror image of the data on the phone. Is that right or wrong?
It's sort of right, and the thing that when you connect it to the device then goes and extracts the data from the device. It securely takes it. It's not writing anything to the device, it's not modifying any of the data, it's simply going in and carving out the data that's inside that device, putting it in a raw data package that you'd have to use another program to see all the data.
So the data is a mirror image in the sense that it's not altered, modified in any fashion once it's copied.
Once it's extracted from the device, correct.
Okay. And the data that's extracted from the device is essentially raw data, right?
Correct.
And when we look at a cell phone, there's a lot of data inside of this rectangle, right?
Absolutely.
So the data abstractly is not something that you can just look at and understand, right? It needs the program to read it.
Correct.
And one of the programs that you mentioned, I think, was like Celebrate.
Yes.
And so there's something called Celebrate Reader.
Yes.
And again, tell me if I'm wrong, but Celebrate Reader is a program where it takes that data and it puts it into a program where the user can interface with it and understand what that data means.
So there's one level that's missing there is that there's a Celebrate physical analyzer, but we take the raw data first, parse it out, so we have that in front of us. So it parses all the data out, so we can see it as examiners, and then we make the extraction reports. When we make the extraction reports, that's when the working copy has that reader file included with it. So that way we give it to defense, or we give it out to detectives so they can open it at their computers or wherever, and they can review the data.
You're referencing the PDF?
There's a PDF and there's a working copy. There's two versions. The working copy is a reader file, like you described, and then there's the forensic file that's associated with the extraction. That's the data. And then that reader accesses that data and parses it out so you can see it.
Okay, so the reader program is set up so that when the user clicks into the program, it sorts the information somewhat similarly to how information is sorted in the phone. For example, it says, text messages, and then you can click into the text messages. It says photos, and then you can click into the photos. It might say other applications or calendar. You can click into the calendar, things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so the user has the ability to basically see what's inside of the phone by using this program.
Correct.
And then I think you mentioned also another way that the user can understand the information that's on the phone is by either receiving or creating an extraction report, which is the PDF.
So when the detective has, or as an examiner, when I extract that data, I put it through that in this case, we put it through the Celebrate physical analyzer so I can then have the data in front of me. Then I make the extraction reports, which create that working copy, and it creates the PDF.
But I guess what I'm saying is, as a detective, you're not the only one who can make an extraction report, correct?
If anybody's gonna make a report, they'll make a report off of the working copy. It wouldn't be the extraction itself. It would be from the reader version, which is the version that's separate from the original evidence as well as the original raw data. It's just the working copy that they have. They can go through and make any reports that they want.
Right, so let me see if I can help clarify. So earlier you mentioned on direct that if you wanted a PDF version of what's on the phone, it could be hundreds of thousands of pages.
Absolutely.
But another option is you could just select that you want text messages between these two people between these dates, for example.
Yes.
And you could create a report based on that, right?
Yes.
And that report would be, instead of hundreds of thousands of pages, it could in theory be anywhere from a few pages to maybe 100 pages, depending on how lengthy their conversations are.
Yes.
Okay, so you can create separate, and when I say you, I mean you as the detective or you as a user of the Celebrate Reader, can create these extraction reports that parse out certain information. so that the report isn't hundreds of thousands of pages.
I want to say parses out, it's representing the data that's in the reader and a report that you select.
That was a technical term.
Okay.
Colloquially, I mean, like pick out information. So pick out text messages between these two people,
Yes.
or pick out text messages between everyone on this specific date, or a call log, or something to that effect.
Yes,
Okay. Now, extractions are a useful forensic tool for law enforcement, correct?
absolutely.
And I think an obvious reason, if you agree with me, is because it helps law enforcement understand what and ascertain what is on a person's in a person's phone, which is essentially indicative of like what's going on in their life at the time.
Absolutely.
And law enforcement, you don't just do extractions or phone extractions of a suspect's phone. You do extractions of witnesses' phones and victims' phones, and it's not exclusive to a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, there were numerous extractions done, correct?
Yes.
And the extractions that were done in this case included Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro.
Correct.
Also, you mentioned that you did an extraction for Susan Caneiro, Caitlin Caneiro, and Marissa Caneiro.
Correct.
And you also are aware that there were additional extractions done for Tiffany Rivera, Sophia Caneiro, Giselle Restrepo, Elisa Caneiro. Is that right?
I wasn't, on some of the extractions I did not do. I'm aware of the ones that I extracted, yes.
The ones that you didn't do, were you still aware that they were performed?
I was told there was other extractions performed, but other detectives in my unit did
Okay.
do this.
And did you ever review that content or no?
No.
Okay. So the extractions that you reviewed included Paul, Keith, Susan, Caitlin, Marissa?
Correct.
Now, did you review all of the information contained within those devices personally yourself? Or did you just review some of the material and give everything to the lead detective in this case?
Because of the data that's there, the volume of the data, I couldn't review every single aspect of the devices, but we did try to focus around certain dates around the incident of 11/20 or 11/19. So we kind of focused on those two dates.
When you say we, are you speaking for yourself and Detective Petrozello?
Yes.
So do you have knowledge of whether Detective Petrozello looked at everything, or are you indicating you don't know, or are you indicating that, to your knowledge, he only looked at certain parts?
I can't speak for Detective Petrozello now.
Okay.
You know
But
that,
you did give
Monica.
him the full extractions,
Correct.
and so he had access to all of the information.
Yes.
But you don't know whether he reviewed it all or not.
No.
And you personally, your role was you just reviewed some things with Detective Petrozello.
I was also showing him some of the features and how to use some of the programs as well.
Thank God it's not Andy. Right.
When you say that, what do you mean? What were you showing?
So not many people use Celebrate Reader, or they use the Axiom program. So just to get a knowledge of the basis of what the program is, I showed him, this is how the timeline is set up. This is how things are broken down. You can tag things if you like things as evidence and push that report out like you stated before. You can make that separate report. So showing him how you can use that program.
I'm glad you brought up timeline. A timeline is another way that you can essentially, that the program could organize the data. Is that right?
Yes.
So we talked about how you can see just text messages, you could see just photos, you can see just calendar or internet searches. The timeline puts every single thing, every single action that's basically occurred on the phone, and it puts it all in chronological order.
For the most part, yes.
So it would say like a text was sent, this is like as an example, it might say a text is sent, and then another text is sent, and then a photo was taken, and then the screen turns off, and then it turns on, and then then the person has a calendar invite or something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. And just so that we understand the types of information that can be extracted from a phone, we've talked about a few of them. We've talked about text messages, right? You can also get phone call logs.
Yes.
And the contacts that are saved in the phone.
Yes.
And we talked about calendar events, right? Internet search history
Yes.
is a common one. Emails.
Yes.
And you also the media files like photos and videos
Yes.
that are taken on the phone. Messages on social media apps like Facebook. You can sometimes see the Facebook or WhatsApp messages sometimes.
Yeah.
You can't really generally speak because of the fact that some of these programs now have encrypted data. So you actually can't get some of the messages extracted from the phone because they are encrypted. So some of these apps now encrypt the data so you can actually get it. It's a newer feature now. A lot of these apps have that feature where you can actually see the message on an extraction.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the encryption has increased over time?
Absolutely.
Back in 2018, there was probably less encryption than there is present day.
I would say yes.
And, but there have been occasions, I'm not saying every occasion, but there have been occasions where you can get social media messages like Facebook and WhatsApp
Yes.
in the past.
Sure.
And also you can get location data from inside the phone.
Sometimes, yes.
Metadata, and I think you called it, what is it, like C data or something? What did you call
The
it?
knowledge C
Knowledge
database.
C database.
That's actually not metadata. That's actually a database that's inside an iPhone that stores the data of the user activity that is described.
Okay, right, yeah, no, metadata is a separate, I'm saying you could also get metadata from the phone.
Potentially, yes.
For example, like the date and time that a photo was taken.
Correct.
But the knowledge C, that tells you things about the actions of the phone itself.
It tells you a lot of user activity. It could be phone calls, text messages, device status. It has a lot of data inside that database.
And one of the examples, I think an example is when the screen is turned on or turned off.
Correct.
And that would suggest that a user is like interfacing with their phone.
Yes.
And what you testified to on direct, if I'm understanding correctly, is that with respect to Mr. Caneiro's phone, it was plugged in at approximately 1:30 a.m. or so, 1:27 a.m.
127.
And we know that from the knowledge C data.
Correct.
We also know that the phone was unplugged at approximately 4:54 or 4:55 a.m.
454, correct.
4:54. And so that would suggest then that the phone was plugged in for that duration, correct?
Correct.
Because otherwise it would tell us it was unplugged sooner.
Correct.
And the, I think the prosecutor elicited this on direct, but just to be clear, in addition to that information,
Right, Wendy?
in conjunction with working with the FBI, it was determined that and confirmed that Mr. Caneiro's phone was at the location of his home during those hours as well.
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no indication that that phone ever left the house during that time?
No.
The timestamps in an extraction, right? We just talked sort of about metadata. If an extraction, like let's say you get the PDF report, or if you're looking in the reader, either way, when it tells you the date and the time of a phone call or a text message, are those reliable?
Yes.
Okay, so when we, when the prosecutor was showing you an extraction report with some messages earlier, and they were referencing the dates and the times, those are accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and how do we know that?
That pulls from those databases, especially the knowledge C database, it actually pulls that data from there. So it's a timestamp that the cell carriers as well as the phone will actually timestamp the phone calls, put in that database. So when the Celebrate parses out that data, it pulls out that whole call data sheet. So then you see the exact time.
Okay, so you would trust the date and time in the report?
Yes, out of most extractions I've done, I've always seen that time come out accurate.
Okay, and then the extractions you've done in this specific case, they're accurate?
Correct.
So just to put it into context, with respect to investigations, the reason why, again, this information that can be extracted from a phone is helpful is because if you wanted to look at whether it's a suspect
Right,
or
I don't think
a
we're
victim
arguing about
or
it,
a
but okay.
witness, if you wanted to look at their phones, you can ascertain relevant to, let's say, an incident, who was in contact with who.
Yes.
And who sent who a text message and who read the text message.
Correct.
Who called who received a call, how long those calls lasted for.
Yes.
And if you look at location data, for example, you might even be able to see who's in the same area at a certain time.
You see an area, you'll see some GPS location, potentially, yes.
Law enforcement has even used, I think, health app data
You got a code
to
for that. Hold on.
try to see how many steps a person took at a certain time.
Yes, if they have that feature turned on, yes.
And
There we go.
emails and internet search history might also be insightful to an investigation.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you were trained in Celebrate,
Yes.
and Celebrate has different levels of certifications,
Correct.
and it has beginner, intermediate, and advanced.
Yes.
The highest level is the CCNE Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst.
Yes.
Do you have that certification?
Not currently, no.
Okay, which ones do you have?
At the CCO and the CCPA. So as a Celebrate operator and physical analyzer.
And the advanced, okay.
Correct.
And types of extractions, I think you talked a little bit about those.
Might
There's
be
a logical,
her sister who you're talking about.
file system, physical and advanced file system.
So to really go into the different kind of extractions, you have to talk about the different operating systems. So that's really the difference. Is Android operating system. As I stated, we can get 3 different kinds we're used to in 2018. A lot of things have changed. Anytime you get an update on your phone, it's adding another layer of security that we have to bypass as a forensic detective, or the forensic utilities have to get around. So every time you get an update or a new phone comes out, their biggest thing is let's make it secure, which then puts us behind the 8 ball. We then have to catch up to those security features. So a lot of these extractions do change over time, what we can and can't get, depending upon phone manufacturers and operating systems. The Android at the time, you could get potentially 3 different kinds of extractions. Is that logical, file system, or the physical? And then for Apple, for Celebrate, it was just the advanced logical. And if you got to the gray key, you got the full file system.
Okay, and so for Mr. Caneiro's phone, for Mr. Paul Caneiro's phone, you were ultimately able to get both of those?
I was able to get the full file system, correct?
Okay, all right. And you said that on that one, you can even find some deleted items.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, and just again, to put it in context, if you can ascertain what a person deletes off their phone, that also can be insightful to an investigation, right?
Absolutely.
If someone sent a text message that says, oh, I don't know, I'll meet you in 10 minutes and then deletes it, that might be indicative that they have something to hide.
Sure.
Other than you and Detective Petrozello, are you aware of anyone else who reviewed the information in these extractions?
I am not.
You were involved in this case beginning on November 20th of 2018,
Correct.
and you responded to the Ocean Township Police Department?
Correct.
And you guesstimated what time you arrived there?
I would say it's more towards the late afternoon, early evening. So it was probably around 5 or 6 o'clock by the time I actually got to the police department.
5 or
Roughly.
6 o'clock. Do you know how long you were there for?
Off the top of my head, no, probably, I mean, I did a few extractions, so I'm gonna say at least a good 2-3 hours. Extractions do take time, depending upon the data set.
And that was for Susan, Marissa, and Katie?
Correct.
And do you know what time you left the police station?
Not the exact time.
Okay, it's not in your report, is it?
No, it's not.
No?
No.
So you did review the extractions for Katie, Susan, and Marissa, correct?
I reviewed them to make sure they were working, correct.
You reviewed some of the content?
Minimal, just because of the time, and like I said, the time it took to make the copies.
With Detective Petrozello, did you later review it?
No, I did not.
Did you look at the call logs that day?
I
Or
provided,
the information that day?
as the report states, I provided the extraction to the detectives so they can review it themselves.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So even though you performed the extraction for Susan, Katie, and Marissa, you didn't look at the information?
All I make sure is that it works, that the extraction completed, and then make those reports and then the reports are then given to the lead detective or to the detective so they review.
So you extracted the information and gave it to Detective Petrozello.
That was Detective Weisbrod. He was at the Ocean Township Police Department.
You gave the extraction reports.
It should state that in my report as well.
Okay. So you did not personally review the information on Katie, Marissa, or Susan's phone?
Like I said, it was solely just to make sure that those extractions were working, and I made those working copies and gave them to the detective.
So no, right? Okay. And you gave them to Detective Weisbrod?
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge of whether Detective Petrozello ended up with them at all?
I have no idea.
But the information that you did extract, again, you acknowledge it's accurate, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't be providing Detective Weisbrod or Detective Petrozello with anything that's not accurate or anything that's been compromised in some fashion?
No.
The information you gave them is reliable?
It's the data from the device, yes.
Now, you testified on direct about some of the things that were found on Mr. Paul Caneiro's phone, right?
Yes.
I think the prosecutor was showing you some calls from that day, some text messages.
Yes.
I want to talk about what was not found on Paul's phone. So what we don't have on Paul's phone are any incriminating internet searches, for example.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
There you go,
So,
Monica. These are
in other
good
words,
questions.
In some cases, right, internet searches can be helpful because a suspect might be Google searching, how do I bury a body, or how do I get away with murder, or something to that
And they
effect.
do it all the
We've seen that
time.
before, right?
Sure.
Okay. And a lot of times the internet searches can be helpful to kind of uncover a person's motive or a person's plan, because sometimes people try to Google how to assist in committing a crime, right?
Sure.
Okay. In this case, there was nothing like that on Mr. Caneiro's phone.
Not that I'm aware of.
There were no searches about how to get away with arson or how to get away with murder or anything like that. There were no communications between Paul and Keith where Paul's threatening Keith or that are threatening in nature.
Not that I'm aware of.
And there were no photographs or videos in connection with what happened here from Paul's phone that were in any way helpful to the investigation.
Photos or videos?
Like of the crime or something like that.
No.
And there's no communications in his phone where he's conspiring with another person.
No.
Yeah, I was muted. No looking into Keith's generator, how his power works, security, none of that.
Keith had a variety of different chat applications on his phone. Do you recall that?
I did actually not do Keith's extraction. I'm not aware of what Keith fully had on his phone.
Oh, you didn't do his extraction. You just did the Google Cloud?
Cloud Drive, yes.
Okay, so just so we're clear, so at some point someone extracted the information from Keith's phone, right? And you're saying you did not do that.
Correct.
But what you did do is you were involved in reviewing information that was received from Keith's Google Cloud.
Correct.
And because he had an Android phone or a Google phone?
Google phone, yes.
He had a Google phone. So in his Google Cloud, correct me if I'm wrong, he had like text history and call history and things of that nature.
But
Most of the stuff that was in there was photographs.
so is
And then they have an
pumping
email file in there.
your bloody murder clothes in your basement. Pretty stupid.
But the messages that we saw just before, those were from the Google Cloud.
They were inside the email inbox file.
Okay. But they were originally text messages?
They were from the Google Hangout application.
Okay, so
Or-
the message application.
Yes.
So you're not aware of the variety of other applications that he had on his phone?
No.
For chatting?
No.
You are aware that there are a variety of other applications a person can have, right?
Yes.
Those might include Skype, Snapchat, Google Duo, Instagram, Signal, WhatsApp, things of that nature?
Sure.
And like you said, a lot of times those applications are encrypted, so you can't actually see the information.
Yes.
We talked about the cell phone extractions that were done in this case, and whether you did them or not, you were sort of aware of which ones were done.
Not fully, because my full focus was on the phones that I did and the live scams.
Okay. You never extracted information from Jennifer Caneiro's phone,
No.
and you never extracted information from Corey Caneiro's phone,
No.
nor did you have anything to review.
I did not review that, no.
Now another thing that you did pursuant to this investigation was, did you attempt to get a SIM card from the Porsche McCann?
No.
Were you involved in discussions with respect to that with Detective Petrozello?
There was discussion, but I never made actually to the Ocean Township location. I was at the police department.
Okay, so you weren't involved in that at
No.
all, in that aspect of seeing if information could be extracted from the SIM card?
No.
Okay. There were also a variety of electronic devices that were searched through the RCFL?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have just one moment?
I mean, this would also, if there's no incriminating stuff, that kind of possibly rules out a co-conspirator. But it's only from Paul's phone. Didn't say anything about computers or tablets or anything like that. So
The Asbury Park business location was searched, right?
Yes.
And a lot of electronic devices were seized from there.
oh, never
Yes.
mind.
And that included a variety of like maybe different types of computers and stuff.
Yes.
And generally speaking, those were
There you go, Monica.
sent to the RCFL, which, what does that stand for?
Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory.
Okay, and what do they do?
They do forensic workup on any kind of electronics. They have an ability to perform higher level because they can handle more data. They can rebuild items if need be, if they're destroyed. They have just definitely a higher level expertise than we would have at our lab.
And so they were given the task of searching some of these, or some or all of these devices for certain things.
Yes.
And is it fair to say nothing of evidentiary value was found?
I'm not sure exactly all that they found. I didn't review what they found, but I know that they did examine a lot of devices from multiple places.
Did you ever review any reports or anything from them?
I did not know.
There was an exhibit,
We saw this photograph earlier, correct?
Yes,
And you can see on the photograph it says QC view.
correct,
That's an application that was open on the phone.
correct.
And are you aware that that's in reference to the DVR system that Mr. Caneiro had in his home?
Yes,
Okay, so there's an application that Mr. Caneiro can access on his phone that would enable him to see video from the hardwired system.
yes,
And that's something that would be connected over Wi-Fi.
or cell service.
But obviously the application works through not like in order for the hardwired system to communicate data or information to the application, the system is not plugged into the phone.
No, you can view it remotely.
Now, we saw the video, the WISE video calls.
Yes,
There were a total of 3 calls that we saw.
yes,
And the first call was between Keith and Paul, right?
yes,
The second call was between Keith and Susan.
yes,
And the third call was between Keith and Paul again.
correct.
Now and just, I don't know if this is clear, but these are, I don't know if you're aware, these are the same 3 calls that we saw earlier this week with Detective Passenger. Are you aware that you've already seen them?
No, I'm not.
Okay. These 3 phone calls though, the very next call after Keith is speaking to Paul is Keith calling Corey, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You reviewed all of you stated on direct that you reviewed all of the WISE calls during the time frame?
No, I said that there was over 100,000 clips that we reviewed, some in that time frame. That we could not go through all of them because it would take hours upon hours to go through every single clip that was there.
But the last call we saw, you would have watched the very next call after that, right?
We tagged that one, we left it as evidence, and then that was all we got to.
Didn't you make a compilation of like 2 hours worth of calls as part of your?
Well, the whole
investigation?
all the SD cards were imaged fully, so you have from till October of 2018, you have videos all the way back till then. So you have
Right.
all the videos in that file.
And for purposes of this investigation, you compiled the most relevant calls into like a 2-hour video, correct?
I did not put that together, no.
There's a 52-page transcript that was prepared by Detective Petrozella with respect to these videos. Have you seen the transcript?
No.
So you're not aware that the next call was to Corey or what the content of that call was?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, with respect to the text messages that we saw, right? The ones that came from Keith's Google,
Yes,
there were messages from 3 different dates, correct?
correct,
And those 3 dates were April 11th, right?
correct.
And there was only a few messages from April 11th.
Yes.
And then there were messages from, what was it, September
13th?
And then it was November 5th?
Correct.
So, and with respect to the April 11th texts, right? We saw a couple of texts that talked about divorce, right? Or one text that said divorce.
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
Do you agree we saw that? You read it?
Yeah.
Okay. That was back in April of 2018.
yes,
You don't know the context of that statement, correct?
No.
you don't have any personal knowledge as to what is being referenced in that text message.
No.
And obviously, that was April of 2018, correct?
That was in September, emails of the divorce.
The divorce text was April 11th.
That was an email.
Email.
Correct.
It was April 11th?
Yes.
And
Kind
you're
of
saying
up
it's
and
an
down.
email, but isn't it like a text that's forwarded as an email?
Well, an email has text inside of it, yes. So it'd be but the documentation that we show here is on the other ones were text messages because you could show the phone numbers going back and forth. The other one was just an email, and that's the email format that was provided.
Okay. So, again, you don't know the context of some of those messages or emails.
No.
And in fact, it's January 2026, and Mr. Caneiro and his wife are still
Sustained.
married.
Don't, counsel, you know better than that. Do not. Come on. Next question.
Judge, can
He
I,
has no idea what happened to of Mr. Caneiro's relationship in 2026. He doesn't know that.
can I be heard at different?
No, let's do it in front of everybody.
Come on up.
Damn. Ooh, the judge is not happy. I don't know how long you've been gone, Kelly. I think what we've learned in Monica's Cross is that of all those 500,000 pages, there's no, from Paul's phone, there's no Google searches that are questionable, no deleted anything that's questionable except for the emails that we heard from Paul and Keith, which is honestly quite shocking, I think, for there to be nothing. So, I mean, I thought, oh, this guy sits down, there's 5,000 pages. We're going to have like some shit on Paul. No. I mean, maybe somebody else, is going to come in and dive into other stuff. Could be. Sometimes it happens. They split up who's going to talk about what. Detective digital wise, right? Oh, really? Yeah.
Sir, in those text messages that we saw from April and September, you mentioned in direct that they were being forwarded, correct?
That was just his phone I was talking.
And they're being forwarded by Keith to Corey Caneiro.
Well, and his work stuff.
They were being forwarded, yes.
So in other words, whatever communications Keith and Paul were having, they were being relayed to Corey by Keith.
I'm going to object to that question.
Go ahead, counsel. You want to respond? She objected, so I don't know if you wanted to respond.
Well, Judge, I don't know what the objection is.
It was the specific April emails that were forwarded, not all of the conversations.
Oh, I can rephrase them.
Okay.
To be clear, not the entirety of everything was forwarded, but pieces of the April 11th conversation and pieces of the September 13th conversation were forwarded to Corey Caneiro.
Yes.
So Corey Caneiro had knowledge of some of this information.
I would assume if it was forwarded to him.
And what we saw, these 3 dates, right? This is information that was deemed relevant to your investigation, correct?
When I sat down with Lieutenant Bishazilli, yes.
But it's not the entirety of everything that existed in the universe of Keith's Google Cloud or Keith's phone or Paul's phone.
Correct.
Without going into any of the content specifically, there's many messages between Keith and Paul and Keith over the course of, let's just say, 2018.
Sure.
And prior to that.
Yes.
And there's many phone calls back and forth.
Yes.
And one of the messages that the jury heard indicates that Keith said something to Paul like, you never helped me or something to that effect. Do you recall that message?
Yes.
Okay, but we do know from the messages in the phone that that's not true, and that Paul does help Keith with things, correct?
Objection.
Helps
What's
get
your
him
objection?
headache.
It's what the messages say, not that he knows if Paul helps Keith or Keith helps Paul. We need to talk about focus on the messages, that's one thing. But not his knowledge of whether they help each other out. You would have no knowledge of that.
There's Candy just being
The message was read to the jury that suggests the state's trying to create this picture that he felt Paul didn't help him, but there's information in the messages where Paul is helping Keith with a variety of things.
So why don't you be specific? You can be specific with that, and then I'll allow you to ask those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. It's almost 12:30. I don't want to slow you down from your lunch break. Please don't discuss this case. If you do any research, I'll get you back up here at 1:35 so that you guys have a full lunch hour.
He is not happy with her. He's not happy with her, but don't get me wrong. She is asking some questions. At least I was wondering, like, were there any other Google searches? The answer was no on his phone. They did confiscate some electronics from work, which apparently nothing was found on. Did they mention anything from the home? I don't know, because it looked like the fire kind of destroyed their shit. At least there was an Apple desktop, a Mac desktop in the living room fire window. I remember seeing that in the photographs. Down in his basement was like another computer with like a tablet as well that were, destroyed from the fire. I'd imagine there were laptops in the bedroom, but maybe not. I don't know. But so far, there really isn't any incriminating digital information, which is interesting. So let me...
Everybody back at 1:30, 1:35. You can step down. You can you could just be back in your seat at 1:35. You don't have to wait for someone to come get you.
Okay, thank you.
Could we approach sidebar either now or before we start in the afternoon?
Fine. What do you want? What do you want? The judge definitely sounds irritated. Some of her questions annoying. She was kind of starting to, like, they know which questions they can ask a witness, right? If you know that he didn't download Keith's phone or whatever, it wasn't information he would know anyway, and you're still like, oh, so it's not there? That's different because you already know that he can't testify to that. So sometimes that can be very entertaining or irritating because it's like, well, you know better. Okay. So, I was going to type that we're on a lunch break. Oh, I might be there. He's like, I don't want anybody to talk to me for the next hour. I feel you there, Judge. He didn't say that, but I could feel it. Well, you guys, interesting morning for sure. And also, us talking earlier about, I forgot to put that. I was at lunch. Oh, silly me. Court is at lunch, and so is lunch, and so is Llama, because I got to take a break and work on stuff for tonight's show. Farts. I forget where I was going with that. We listened to a bunch of emails this morning going between Paul and Keith. Keith was very pissed. Really was wanting to end this business that they were in together, that Paul wanted to... Wait, no, don't put it on a timer. Why is it doing that? I don't want it to be a timer. What? Oh, because I got to scroll it. What is it, your first day, Llama? Oh, geez, get it together. No, we heard these email exchanges. We learned that, we already knew that Paul and his wife were sleeping in separate bedrooms. That's what the wife said in the probable cause affidavit because of marital troubles. Then we found out he also had a side chick, a go-to girl. And so in April, though, Paul does tell Keith that he might be getting a divorce. So that was definitely on the table, which doesn't help somebody feel like their world is falling apart. And Paul was wanting to, sell the businesses, cut ties with Paul. And Paul kept being like, I don't know. And then he's like, yo, I need you to give me this money. I've paid, stuff with my own money, like $150,000 out of my 401k. And something about he's asking him for like $5,000, I think for his insurance or whatever. And Paul's like, yeah, no, what about that money I lent to you one time? And Keith's like, what are you talking about? Like, I've paid you back numerous times. Like, don't bring that up. These are two very different situations. And you could just tell Keith was done. But those conversations had been going on since April. It's not like all of a sudden Paul knew his life was going to fall apart right before Thanksgiving. It was already falling apart. Now, again, still a fairly good motive. But that's kind of where we were this morning. Again, they did not find any incriminating searches on Paul's devices. No Google searches that were suspicious. No deleted stuff. Jim McCabe. Searches or text messages or calls. Nothing of any surprise in his phone, which is very interesting. I'll be honest. I don't know how you plan on carrying out a quadruple murder and 2 arsons and never Google anything that, because like, listen, right? They tell you anything you say can and will be used against you. Okay. And they do mean that and will be. That they mean more of that. There's no can. They will. So even if there was the slightest bit of search, right? If Paul in June Google searched Keith's security system or generator, they most certainly would have brought that up, but he didn't. So that's interesting for sure. And his work stuff, there was nothing suspicious to anybody. And yeah, they're in IT. They would know better. But also, would you dump the murder clothes with your niece's blood in your basement and then set your house on fire next to the gas main? And then be like, I covered all my digital tracks, though. I don't know. Very interesting day, afternoon. Well, you guys, we're going to keep this open. I'm just going to go on a lunch break to work on the TMI show for tonight, because that is going to be a public show. And y'all, we're going to be talking about Britney Spears because we need to have a conversation about her. Oh boy. So that's what I've been over here working on this morning. We will definitely be covering that tonight. So I got to do some work on that during our lunch break. Let me switch this over. So you know what that means, friends. Words on stream. How exciting. See it, lady? I know you were around. I got you, boo. I got you. So y'all can stick around and play the word game if you would like. This game won't, yes, autopilot on, off. Or y'all can return back at about 1:30. I'll be back at 1:30. Again, the stream's not going anywhere, both here, Twitch. It'll still be up, but I will not be seen or heard while I put all of this crazy Britney Spears stuff together. Because, oh boy. Let me take the chat down so you guys can have a bigger. No, where's the big one? No. Well, I don't need my face up there. That should be fine then. Nope. Which one's the good one? There we go. That's the biggest one I can do for you guys. And my face will be gone, so you don't have to worry about it. All right. Come on, guys. We need to destroy word games. Yes, that's right. Hi, Sam. Hi. Hope you're doing well. All right. So you guys enjoy that. I will be back at 1:30, and we will get right back into the trial. So, okay. Have fun. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me press start. Let's make sure it works, though, before Llama leaves. Because sometimes it's a jerk face. Excuse me. Let me try Word. No. Okay, it works. All right, I'm going to go work on stuff. Enjoy, friends. Enjoy. I will be back soon. Hello, friends. I am back. I just realized I didn't have the court on. Whoopsies. Hope y'all have been having a good time with words from friends. With no words on stream. That's what we're doing. Like, what are we even doing? I don't know. I've been in the Britney Spears rabbit hole, and it's scary. It's scary, you guys. All right, court is not back, so good. All right. Tonight at 9 p.m., we're doing a public TMI episode, Too Much Internet. And we're going to be talking about Britney Spears. That's right. Oh boy. It's something. It's something. It's a rabbit hole I've been down for 2 days now. And we're going to talk about it. It's pretty crazy. Celebrity stuff's not usually my thing, but I promise you, I think this should be everyone's thing. So that's what I am working on. Stuff for tonight's show. Multitasking llama. Oh, gosh. Oh, she's not under a conservative ship anymore, Pam. She got off that one 2021, I think it was. And that's it's a big problem. It's a big problem. I'll tell you what. Oh boy. It's not great. Just put it this way. It's giving me like some Anna Nicole Smith vibes. Like, it is not good. I don't know where all those free Britney people are, but they need to be saying something. Now, I don't know any of like the court conservative. I don't have an opinion about it because I don't know anything about it. So I just want to make that perfectly clear. But oh boy, love me some Anna Nicole Smith. I know, right? Oh, Anna, love her. Rest in peace, Anna. But we got another situation that's not great. So it's very eye-opening. We'll just put it that way. Still waiting for court, you guys. But remember that as soon as it comes back on, we will have to end the game and switch over. Ooh, fake letters. MILF. Oh, the ads? Are they? Oh. I guess I could put in words, huh? Oh, Angie got signed too. Good job, Ange. I had to make a whole nother pot of coffee because I was like, oh, this afternoon may be rough. Ooh, finish. Good one. Oh, goodness. Sorry, guys. Oh, look at that. Teresia in first with 94. Angie with 74. And Pam in third with 73. Look at you guys go. Lainey in fourth with 67. All right. Good job, guys. fake letter and a hidden letter. Okay. Well, I think the R's fake. I think there's someone in the bedroom on the floor, but it's fine. Oh, testy was not one of the words. Asbury Park Press, New Jersey says afternoon session is delayed. Court is in sidebar for a bit. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Let me pop over on Court TV and see what they're saying. Sometimes they get information. All right. Jury taking a lunch break. What do you think of the testimony today? That was a while ago. Oh, did you? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Well, Teresia won that game with 107, Angie in second with 80, and Pam in third with 75. Sorry, I'm over here trying to be nosy about what's going on in court right now. All right, so Court TV confirms start after lunch may be delayed due to ongoing sidebar and the courtroom not being open yet. So they're not even letting anybody into the courtroom. Interesting. Interesting because it's also the defense's cross. So that's interesting. I know I say interesting a lot. Well, what do you know? Go back over to Asbury Park. Okay. All right, well, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to work on my slideshow still. Might as well get some work in while we're waiting. So what are you guys thinking? I mean, I know some of y'all are playing this game and you're probably like, Llama, you're ruining the concentration. But for the people not playing, what do you guys think so far? Have they proved much of anything leading to Paul's guilt in your eyes? Again, welcoming all people's different opinions. are welcomed here. Ooh, Pam in first with 36, Teresia at 22, and Lainey in third with 74. Good job, guys. Oh, geez, Brittany. Okay. Oh, boy. Excuse me. Okay, I think that's the right one. Yes. It's just ignoring you. It's so rude. So rude, Lainey. Pam says in regards to my questions, if we really, I have a preconceived idea he did it, but we need more info and video with 2 peeps to rule that out. I certainly have questions. IG says, I wonder when Petriculi, I can't pronounce that guy's name, will go to the stand. I'm thinking he will have a lot of the info. Yeah, they have not called him. They name dropped him a lot. I don't remember which agency he's with, or like his order of hierarchy or whatever, because there's so many different ones, I don't remember. But again, they're the digital forensic guy that's on there now. I've seen some trials where that person just does location data, and then somebody else will come in and do messages, and somebody else will come in and do the Google searches. So like that could still be happening, but based on Monica's questions and his answers, there's not really a whole lot going on, which I think is kind of suspicious, but not impossible. Put that there. Oh, yeah. This is the next day. Cool. I mean, the damning clothes in his basement's not doing great for him. But now I'm stuck on this idea, is if you had all of that ammo, why would you only bring a little bit and then just do the rest with a knife? Interesting. Pam says, in my opinion, I don't believe Paul is innocent, but the prosecution has not moved it to without a reasonable doubt. And that's their burden, right? I mean, I've seen a few trials where I'm like, the person definitely probably did it, but if the state doesn't meet that high burden, then, what do you do? So, but this is only week 2 of this trial. So, who knows? Who knows what all they still have? I will say the evidence they had yesterday, though, does not look good for Paul. So, yikes. Oh, sorry, guys. He was the lead detective from, the county. Okay, thank you for clearing that up, IG. Thank you. With county police department or sheriff's department, whatever. Or prosecutor's office. Prosecutor's office. I keep forgetting. Gotcha. I know, right? Hold on. Oh, wait, we got camera movement. And we got noise. Okay, hold on. I think court's coming back, y'all. Maybe. Hold on. Let's. I think he'll go over all the results and how it ties together. DNA and ballistics. Well, they have to have the experts. Oh, what's that? The experts are the ones who have to submit that evidence. So technically, even though he uses that, he wouldn't be considered.
All rise for a court of back in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Caneiro presiding.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. I really got to learn how to tell time, don't I? Worst. You guys could have been downstairs. Maybe got something to eat. That's terrible. I apologize.
So, echoing for you guys.
We are ready to continue with the cross-examination. Ms. Massalone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Before I proceed, can we just approach the...
I'm trying. Is that echoing for you guys too? Or do I have like several of these open, which is probably the case? No, but I can close that window. I have so many windows open, you guys. Oh, wait. No, that's this one. Okay. That's the Twitch one. I'll just close that one. I guess I don't need that open. Don't need that. Okay. I did have two open. We will close that one then. And do that. Okay. I think I solved the problem on my end. If we have Keith's phone, did he contact Corey? Yes. Did Paul contact Corey? Yes. If no contact from either brother, it is hard to include him as a conspirator like the defense is trying to do. Correct. And I say that Corey he knew. We know that Keith had messaged Corey, I think the day of, letting him kind of knowing what was going on with Paul or something, bitching at him about something. I don't think they've actually read that message to us. And then Paul calls Corey at like 5:06, like after the fire happens at Paul's house and they're outside. That's when he tries to call Keith, then Jennifer, and then Corey afterwards. But he did not actually talk with Corey, as far as we know, the day before. So IG says, I'm really starting to think second person. The second person did the stabbing. That pick is a shorter guy at the garage door. The defense is smart. They're going to bring somebody in to say that that person is not. Because listen, you can wear clothes that don't fit you. You can wear shoes that don't fit you. But it's real hard to fake your height in height math. So IG said they showed the ammo taken from the garage and they showed unspent ammo from the scene, but they never said it was the same yet. That will come from the ballistics person for sure. Correct. Not after 6 p.m. He definitely did not I mean, they made it sound like he didn't talk to nobody or do anything between 6 and 11 p.m. the night before, but we'll see. We'll see. I need this little, there's Poe, our cute little Poe. He's so cute. Okay. Yeah, I know Keith got a hold of Corey. Either called him or texted him or emailed him or something. I forget who brought it up at the beginning, but I feel like somebody did. Or maybe it might have been my probable cause affidavit that I read. But yeah, I don't think they've showed much activity between the hours of 6 and 11 on Paul's phone. I mean, I agree. So sorry. I'll try my best not to keep yawning. But yeah, why have a go bag? You know, if he had no money, would that be premeditated? Yeah, I mean, or maybe he was just deciding to leave his wife or something. I don't know. And I mean, that'd be a hell of a coincidence for you, Paul. But I mean, you know, so far what we've learned about Paul is it doesn't sound like Paul really likes working. So I could see an outsourcing of this. So can't they track the walking like they did in Murdoch? Well, his phone was said to be plugged in at home between 1:30 a.m. to right before 5 when his fire started at his house. So it was plugged in the whole time. No activity during those hours on his phone. So they couldn't track. They can't even track a cat. So. All right. Well, I thought court was, you know, going to start, but I guess they're still talking about things. So cool. I wish we could hear sidebars. It was nice when we watched the Brooks House trial because it was after the fact and they included the sidebars when they released it to the public. And it was very insightful into what, you know, they talk about. I know all of the Karen Reed sidebars are out. I think from the first trial, I have not gotten around to those yet and reading those. Well, yes, I will take that info. That seems great. And honestly, when it comes to Murdoch, I don't know how reliable that really is after.
You love that noise. It's your favorite noise.
I have no idea.
Can you sleep? Do you hear it now?
I truly hate it.
I apologize then. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective, where we had left off before the break was you had testified, we were discussing how the jury had the opportunity to hear when you were reading the conversations from 3 different dates, correct?
Yes.
Those dates were April 11th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Could have had a burner phone.
2018 and November 5th of 2018.
Yes.
And as we discussed, those aren't the only conversations that exist in the universe of what you reviewed, correct? There's many conversations back and forth between Paul and Keith, and there's many phone calls and things like that.
Yes.
And one of the messages that was read to the jury is Keith seems frustrated and he says, you know, Paul, you never helped me with anything or something to that effect. Do you recall that message?
Yes.
Okay. But we know from other messages that are in the phone, even just on or around that time period, I'm talking about September, October, November of 2018, but also previously, that Paul does help Keith with things, with a variety of things.
I'm not aware of that, but
Well, you did review the information, right?
on the cell phone?
On the Google
Drive,
Cloud,
yes. Yes.
And so on September 26th of 2000,
if
so
you believe
September
Paul.
13th is the date that we saw that was a very lengthy conversation,
Yes.
right? And about 13 days later, a little less than 2 weeks, Keith is asking Paul for help with his school, with his lab work. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, Keith is saying to Paul, asking Paul to log in for him to perform a lab because Keith tried it 3 times and failed, and Paul agrees to do it for him.
Yes.
Okay. And on October 11th, Keith is having an issue with his AC unit at his house, and he's explaining to Paul what the issue is. Paul, do you recall that?
Which day was that?
This was October 11th of 2018.
October 11th of 2018?
I can pull up the conversation if that.
I don't know if that's $80,000 worth of help, though.
We have this table. Oh, okay. Do you want to read the conversation? You just have to start at the bottom and then go up, because the oldest message is on the bottom. So on October 11th of 2018, Keith says,
This is coming from the cell phone instruction?
this is from the Google Cloud.
Okay. October 11th, 2018, at 17:34, Keith Caneiro wrote, Paul, I went to turn the AC on when Joanna was here. Thermostat doesn't see the AC. I checked the connections and it looks like one of the wires isn't showing up on the wiring screen that the Nest can't display. Here's what I tried. A, I removed the thermostat, put it back on again. B, I removed the offending cable and placed it back. C, I checked the switch next to the AC unit in the basement. D, I checked the fuses, all are on. E, I checked the fuses outside by the condensers. F, I ran the fan, which works, so I know it sees one of the 2 wires. I don't know what else to try, but I might need you to look at it. I thought that maybe Big Toe shut something off or not. Or out. Is there another switch besides the one next to the unit in the basement? I also thought he might have shut the unit down when he was working on it. Something might be disconnected by the unit. I'm not sure. Thanks. Okay.
And then Paul responds to check the switch on the air handler in the unfinished basement, correct?
On October 11th at So that's 6 p.m. is actually before, correct.
1734
Correct, sorry about that,
is
yes.
military time, so
Correct.
that would be, what time, 5:34?
5:34, correct.
Okay.
So at 6 p.m. on October 11th, 2018, there was replies to check the switch in the air handler and the unfinished basement of Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and then if we scroll up, and Keith responds, I did, it's in the correct position, why would the fan work then? If that was the wrong position, would the fan still work? And the conversation continues.
Yes.
And if we go all the way up, ultimately, Paul says, I'll swing by on Saturday. And Keith says, okay, let me know, I'm free in the morning. Is that a fair recitation of that?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, on November 16th of 2018, there's another conversation between Paul and Keith where Keith needs assistance with something and Paul's identifying it's an issue with his missed away and is trying to assist him with that. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, so we can agree that clearly Paul's helping Keith on certain occasions, and even after and in between the times that the brothers appear to be having a more heated discussion.
Yes.
And I say a more heated discussion, but can we also agree that within those conversations, Keith appears to be the one that's a little bit more hot-headed in the moment?
I guess with the language, yes.
And Paul seems to remain pretty calm throughout.
I guess based upon the language, yes.
And the only other thing that I want to discuss with you
They just kicked off the judge from the Aaron Spencer case. What? Oh, do you know how hard it is to do that? I did that now. Oh boy. I choosing a girl. Come on. That means that it's going to be a little while before that cut, and it might be televised. Wow. Well, it's not happening next week, which is sounds good though. Is the weather. I don't know if they've officially said that, but let's be honest.
So, Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as D121. State has seen it. Do you recognize this as a extraction report from Paul Caneiro's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, if we look at this extraction report, I'm referencing these emails that appear to be from the November 19th and November 20th from Sense Support.
Yes, that's correct.
And specifically, during that time frame on the November 19th and November 20th, Mr. Paul Caneiro is emailing this Sense company indicating he's having issues with his Wi-Fi.
On this 2 a.m. one, it's an unread email. And this one on here, 19th at 4:13 is a read email.
Okay, so now this is the extraction report, but there's attachments contained within this, correct? Within the emails, where you can actually look at the email.
I like to see the extract this and read it.
It's on that side of Illinois. I don't know Chicago specifically, but between Chicago and Indiana side, I think.
See if there's an attachment on this report here.
No, hopefully they head back home today because things are starting to go down.
This one here. It's November 19th, 2018 at 11:46 a.m.
I don't see the attachment thing on here as well, because if you look at this one, this would show an attachment like it shows here. That one does not show this attachment.
So I think maybe I misspoke. What I'm saying is here in the extraction report, you can see the language from the body of the email, correct?
Yes.
And so this is the email that was sent, right?
Or received, yes.
But this is not the original format. This is how it's being placed into the PDF extraction report, correct?
Yes.
What you have the capability of doing when you're navigating like the Celebrate Reader program is you can actually see the original email.
Yes, you could.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as D122, and this is a copy of the original email, which can I assume you've seen this email since it's contained within the extraction report that you indicated you reviewed?
appears to be, I guess, an email. Doesn't say where. Yes, it appears to match up.
It matches up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And when we say it matches up, we're talking about in the extraction report, we can see the timestamp of the email, correct?
Yes.
We can see who the email's from, right?
Correct.
We can see who it's to, right?
Yes.
And we can see the actual body of the email.
Correct.
And then what you have, what's marked as D122 is the email itself. And you can see that the time and the to and the from and the body matches the extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in this email, Mr. Caneiro is indicating that he's having issues with his Wi-Fi, and he's talking about access points, and he's seeking basically technical assistance.
Yes, it appears correct.
Okay. And this is, again, something that you reviewed, right? Permission to publish?
There's no objection.
Sure.
This guy looks kind of like an actor, like a nerdy guy. Kind of crazy.
So this is what's been marked as D122, and we can see from the top that it is a email from Paul Caneiro to Sense Support, correct?
Yes.
And this is the again, that kind of goes backwards in time, so the most recent email is from November 19th of 2018.
Yes.
And Mr. Caneiro is indicating to, looks like a customer service representative, that he's having issues currently, that the Sense app is starting, that the unit is offline, or stating, it says starting, but stating that the unit is offline. I can log into a single frequency, but why would that make a difference? It likely changes when the access point restarts, where there's interference in the channel that the AP was on. I can disable but frankly, this is really not an ideal solution. And then the email goes on, again, where looks like there's some screenshots that Mr. Caneiro is embedding in the email, and he's concerned about some connectivity or Wi-Fi issues. Is that a fair recitation of the email?
It appears to be, yes.
And then again, if we can go backwards in time, but basically, the original email is at the bottom from Mr. Caneiro, and then it goes into the customer service representative's response, and then that was Paul's response to that person. But the original email dates back to November 18th, so it's over a 2-day period, correct?
Yes.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, wow, Monica.
Briefly,
Okay.
Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about whether you had found any incriminating evidence in the defendant's phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall, I believe the phrase was something like, any search, Google searches about where to hide the body or something to that effect. Do you recall that?
I did.
Right. And the hundreds of times that you've performed cell phone extractions, how many times have you found something like that in a suspect's phone?
It's rare.
Now,
No, it's not.
based upon your review of Keith's Google Cloud, as well as the defendant's cell phone, did it appear that there were many times when Keith would ask the defendant to help him with stuff around his house?
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, the email that we read was from October 11th of 2018, where Keith was asking Paul to help him with things in his basement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then again on 11/16 of 18, Keith was asking Paul to help him with his mist away system outside of his yard. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Anything else?
Just, you indicated that it's rare to find in a suspect's phone something as overt as how to bury the body, right?
Yes.
But it does happen, right? It happens.
I don't know if I've actually ever found that kind of evidence, because usually if somebody's going to be committing that crime, they may delete it or remove that, so it's not on the device.
But we know that we can also retrieve deleted information on some occasions, right?
Unfortunately, it's getting rarer to get deleted information, but yes, it's possible.
Okay. Regardless of whether you personally confronted it, we do know that generally speaking, law enforcement sometimes finds those types of searches.
Objections.
Your objection is sustained.
Regardless of how overt it is, having access to a suspect's internet searches can be useful, because sometimes there are things that may not be overt, but nevertheless lead you to understand or find out, that person's involvement in a certain crime, correct?
Sure.
And in this case, there wasn't anything even more subtle, such as where to purchase arson supplies or things of that nature. There was nothing in Mr. Caneiro's internet search history that was incriminating in that way.
I'm just going to object to the asked and answered.
It's been asked and answered, but there was a lot in that question that it's hard to unpack. So, I mean, if you want to try to break it down, you can, but there was just a lot to unpack.
I'll ask a different question. Today, during your testimony, you presented a call log and some text messages, correct?
Yes.
You did not present to this jury from Mr. Caneiro's phone any incriminating videos, correct?
No.
Or photos?
No.
Or internet searches that relate to this case at all?
I'm not sure if I...
Did you present to this jury today any internet searches for Mr. Caneiro's phone?
Internet searches, no.
You step down, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That guy was not on all day like I thought he
I got
was.
some bad news.
We're done for the day?
You're done for the day.
Shut up.
You gotta build it up before you lay it down. Didn't it feel good? Like then it was like, it's not that bad, right? All right, now all kidding aside, that's number one, all right? Number two, it appears that because of the weather on Monday, that the court will be able to handle things virtually, but they're not going to be allowed to handle things in person. You can say I don't have a say because, I would drive to your houses and bring you in. But, so we're not going to be able to have court on Monday. Kind of a bummer, right? Again, bad news. So you won't be back until Tuesday morning at 8:00.
Maybe.
One thing that I just want to make sure that is clear between us, and I said it to you in the beginning, and let me just say it again as we go through the course of the trial. There's objections that go on back and forth, as we know. And it's my job to deal with those objections, how I understand the law to the best of my knowledge. It's also the attorney's job to make any objections that they feel that they need to make. I just want to remind you that any interaction between the attorneys or the attorney and the court should have no impact on you one way or another. It should never come into your mind ever, when you make your decisions as to what are the facts in this case. Even if I may sustain an objection and do it in a certain way, I need you to understand that that cannot impact one side or another. And it's not an indication of how I feel about this case. I can tell you that it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter if I had any feelings. And I'm not saying that I do. It is for you solely to make the determination in this case based upon your understanding of the evidence as you find the credibility of each person that comes in here and testifies. And then I'll give you the law and you'll decide it. It won't be based upon objections. It won't be based upon anything other than the facts and then the law that I give you at the end of the case. Can everybody continue to follow that?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so now I lose control of you. I expect videos of the snow angels for Tuesday. Somebody better get one. If not, at least the snowman. Something. You gotta give me something. Is that fair? Can we get one? All right. So everybody have a good weekend. Please be safe. I'll see you back on Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. And again, don't discuss this case and don't do any research. Have a nice night and a nice weekend, everyone.
Oh, thanks, Your Honor. You too. You too. We'll hold and see just in case, see if there's any more talking. Kind of interesting. They didn't have an afternoon person lined up. Maybe they did think that guy was going to take all day and he didn't. So I love that. Yay. I can get all this stuff ready for tonight's show. Interesting that he was like, oh, we'll see you on Tuesday. I think it's still too soon to say about Tuesday and the weather there. And that's if that's relying on all jurors being able to get to the courtroom. I don't know how New Jersey weather is looking, but I know here there's certain patches, if you will, that are going to be getting a lot more snow than some of the other patches. Like it could just be, 10 miles away or whatever from one another. And you could get 18 inches of snow or you could get 6 inches of snow. So I don't know if that is how they're predicting stuff in New Jersey, but for sure, there's not going to be any court Monday for us either. I'm going to take an adult snow day. We're all going to take an adult snow day since most of us are going to be dealing with that. So yay, look at that. Almost like a 4-day weekend. I love that. 40 states will be infected by the storm. Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, everyone take a seat.
Oh, jurors are done. Are we not done, Your Honor?
Things for the record first.
Oh.
So, throughout the course of the trial, the state has been updating the court with an exhibit list that details every exhibit. It also,
guys, don't go
I
anywhere.
appreciate it, but I'm saying this to the defense so that they don't feel obligated in that regard. It also includes what witness and what day that it was used. But here's what I'm going to say. I need by Tuesday morning to be supplied to the court a D exhibit list that includes every single exhibit and what exhibits that you have actually used on which particular day so that I can cross-reference to my list. I try to write down every single one. Anna also tries to write down every single one, but I want to make sure that we are all on the same page to include the point ones, the point twos, the point threes, or whatever we have done up until this point, so that we're all on the same page. So when we do get to a point where we're talking about moving items of evidence, that we're not doing it all at once. So that needs to be supplied to the court no later than, especially with now that we don't have Monday, on Tuesday morning at 8 8:15 to my clerk so I can look at it before I come out on the record. So that's number one. Number two, before the trial started, we have on more than one occasion, I believe it was probably 2 or 3 times, we have discussed the final charge. But out of fairness to both sides, we've all indicated that as we went along, we may have to consider additional model jury charges and/or to modify some charges. So I am telling you now, by next Friday at lunchtime, I would like your version of the latest additions. Everybody has the court's version, so I want your versions. If you've updated it, you can do it in a highlighted form. You can do it in red. You can do it however you want. But I want it so that we can start having some meaningful conversations. So we're not waiting until the end of the trial, and then I have to send the jury home for a day because we lose an entire day just to talk about the charges. So please make sure that you update me with that information. Next Friday, I would need that. Number 3, there may be, including some things that may come up next week that everyone in this room knows what I'm talking about, that I may have to give limiting instructions as to certain testimony that may come out. In doing that, I'm going to be asking for a charge as to your proposal for that. I don't know exactly what's going to come out, so I'm going to ask for that charge as it deals with third-party guilt. And I will need that on Monday, by 12 o'clock noon on Monday, so that I have time to read yours. If I have any discussions, we can get together on a phone conference and discuss anything that I may see based upon that. So those are the 3 things that I wanted to hit right now as it relates to that. Also, I'm going to ask the state and the defense, if you have an intention to move certain items into evidence, we have to make sure that they are going to be submitted to the court somehow electronically. The court is not going to make your exhibits for you. The court is not going to make copies for you. If you have photographs that you've used on a particular screen or whatever it is, you have to duplicate the copy, and it has to be given to us in a digital format. So please, you may have to ask your staff for their help. But I'd like to have whatever that we have used so far by next Friday. Let's get it into the system so we don't, again, I'm doing this for all of you. You may not think so because it's a lot right now, but we're 2 weeks in. If I wait to 4 weeks, it's going to be even worse for everybody. So I want you to take the time, get your evidence, put it together in a digital format so that it can be with the court. So then I have it. So when we're dealing with the issues later, and again, there's other things that are going to come up. I get it, but I at least will have where we are right now, and it'll be one less thing that everyone else will have to do later as we continue on with this trial. So that takes care of that. Lastly, what I'm going to do is I'd like to. We're going to have a conference as it relates to some testimony for next week. It will be an off-the-record conversation. Mr. Caneiro, you will still be present so that you have the opportunity to speak to counsel once we're done, so you know exactly what's going on, to make sure that you have the weekend, just like everyone else, to prepare whatever that you need to do based on things that I say. So we'll do that now. But for the public, for the rest of the day, there will be nothing else that's going for the rest of today. We will be starting back, as you know, you just heard me say it. It will be on Tuesday morning, and that will be we'll start back up with testimony at 8:30 in the morning due to the snow. It's not because the court didn't want to proceed on Monday. So anything before I shut the record for today?
No, Judge.
Okay, anything from the defense? All right, so we'll shut the record down. Everybody have a good weekend. Please be safe.
Grab something today.
Sure. Everything.
Wow, you guys. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, so just to clarify, when he's asking...
So Declan, before you do that, can I just see the attorneys real fast?
All right, yeah, of course, I'm sorry. When he's telling them for charges, yes, they are leaving, Kelly. Well, they're kicking us out. They're kicking the public out of the room. When he's saying, I want the attorneys to bring me charges by next Friday, I don't think he's referring to criminal charges. I think he's referring to, you know how when he tells, like, an expert witness comes and he addresses the jury about an expert witness and the weight and yada, 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 that's a charge as well. And I think that's what he's asking them to do or take away and have their shit together for that by next Friday. Now, right now, they're going to be meeting off the record to talk about testimony that will be coming out next week, and the defense has to put together their third-party guilt charge. And the affirmative defense of the defense is that Corey did this, not Paul, which means the only person that could be is Corey. I mean, maybe someone else. I don't know, but definitely sounds like they're going to be calling Corey, and definitely sounds like he's going to have some testimony that's going to cause some not so great things, possibly. And that's what they're sorting out today is his testimony, or limiting his testimony. I don't know in which way, like limiting in state's way or the defense's way. We're not going to know until it happens. But I can't think of, no, I'm not a lawyer, but I can't think of anyone else he could have been possibly talking about. So next week sounds like it's going to be a very interesting week for us all. So this will be very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Because we've been wondering, are they going to call Corey? Is the defense going to call Corey? And remember, like the Devin Michaels trial, they were pointing their finger at Devier, the son, and we were like, oh, I don't know. Oh, and then he took the stand, and all of us were like, what? This guy is very suspicious. I don't think that it did the story of Devier or the state any favors, to be quite honest with you. But how about Paul's wife or daughters? Well, could be. Maybe not the wife, though. I honestly don't know if the state can call the wife. Maybe, though. Actually, they probably could. And then the judge would definitely want to discuss make it very clear what they were allowed to ask and not ask because of spouse privilege, So maybe the daughters, I don't think that would really, it'd be no different than anybody else. Like there's no protectedness from the daughters, could be. But I don't think the state is going to call the wife. And I say that because remember when Monica was like, oh, the wife told us that she felt mistreated, blah, blah, blah. And the state was like, whoa, what the F are you talking about? And prosecutor Chris gets up and he was like, well, listen, I'll tell you right now, if she's got stuff to say, I would love to cross her. Bring her on. Like, I can't wait to do that. He's very dramatic about it. Which made me believe that they planned on not calling the wife, but maybe the state changed their mind and was like, nope, we're going to have to. And maybe that's what they're talking. Maybe it could be the wife, the daughters, and Corey. I don't know. But very interesting because I'm surprised they're even bringing any of those people in at this point in the state's case. Because I thought, we've started diving into forensics. We have a buttload of forensic people to go through, but we're going to bring in people's testimony. Okay. I mean, the state has not been great with their order of things. IG says, I don't think it was Corey. How could you find 2 sick son of a bitches from the same family that would butcher 2 babies? I mean, true, but it happens. There's been murdering brothers before. Truth is very stranger than fiction most of the times. That digital forensic guy being like, when she asked him like, oh, do you come across, when the state was like, do you often come across in your experience of people putting, what's the word I'm looking for, their shit into the internet and any of that? And he's like, it doesn't happen that often. What? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Maybe not for you, sir, but don't act like that hardly ever happens, that people search their crimes or talk about their crimes in any sort of digital way. It literally happens all of the time. All of the time. Okay? Now, just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean the person didn't do it, but I don't know about him there. Yeah, he tried to set them on fire. Yeah. Paul's family. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, ooh, that fire near where the wife was sleeping. Not great. They were their own blood. I don't know. I feel like it was an old timey story, like 1800s, maybe early 1900s, but I feel it was like 1800s. I think, or was it recent? I feel like there's a case at some point in time, sorry, it's been forever, of two brothers who wiped out their whole entire family. But I feel like that was a recent one. It happens, but now that doesn't happen very often. We'll put it that way. That doesn't do that. Can she waive spousal privilege? Yes. Yes. But should you? I don't know. Depends. It's just, I would assume, because it protects you from, it's kind of like the fifth, right? In that sense. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't really seen a spouse testify against their spouse. At least not anytime recently. So I do not really know how all of that works. Are they now divorced? I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. Wonder why he was only charged with one count of arson. See, I have a whole list of charges. Like when I was putting together my notes for the start of this case, I found like 3 different sources with 3 different charges. I mean, not just 3 different sets of charges. And like, I have no idea which ones he's actually facing right now. I have no idea. I mean, besides murder, obviously. I feel like it was 4 counts of murder and 2 counts of arson, because I do know that he's being charged with insurance fraud. I don't know if it's with this case or if that's like in a separate case on its own. I don't know. And that's for the fire, claiming the insurance or trying to get insurance from the fire at his home. So I'm not really sure if that's included in this one or not, because sometimes they separate them out because prior bad acts, yada, yada, things like that. So, well, friends, I'm going to take off for the day. I got a lot to work on for TMI tonight. That's right, TMI, Too Much Internet, our show where we just have a good time. Though tonight's going to be, we're going to have a fun time, but it's also going to be something. It's going to be a little sad, but tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, join us here. We're doing public TMI. Our main topic is going to be Britney Spears. And if you don't know what's going on with her, oh boy, buckle up. Even if it's not your thing, I assure you, you will be like, what is happening? And honestly, I think people need to talk about it more. So tonight, 9 p.m., thank you for being with us, IG, along with all my New Jersey friends. Thanks for being with us. Everybody stay safe, warm. Take all the precautions if you are getting hit by this winter storm, especially those of you getting ice. Please, please, please. Check in with us on our YouTube community page. Send us pictures of your snow or your ice or whatever, and let us know that you guys are okay. I'll be thinking about all of you as well as I get a bunch of snow. But all right, friends. Well, I will see you all then for court on Tuesday morning. If they cancel, I will make sure it's posted in our community tab of our YouTube channel. So, all right, you guys, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. And until next time, go forth and be amazing. All right, bye, guys.